carriage of passengers for reward, even if the driver involved cannot be identified for criminal prosecution. There will still be a mechanism to temporarily suspend the vehicle license and impound it. The government is finalizing the details of the specific procedures and actively carrying out the relevant legislative drafting. President, when promoting the regulatory framework for ride-hailing services, the government has always adhered to the principle of people-oriented, healthy competition and coexistence and complementarity. I believe that the introduction of the regime will help reshape personalized point-to-point public transport services, making them more modernized with younger drivers and more diversified choices for the public. The government will fully cooperate with the Legislative Council's scrutiny work and earnestly urge members to support the bill. I know that we have a tight timeline. I undertake that my team and I will fully cooperate and respond to LegCo members' questions in a very speedy manner. Hopefully, with the support of the members, the bill can be passed before the end of this Legislative Council session. President, as also submit. I now propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Supplementary Appropriation 2024 to 2025 bill. Does any member wish to speak? Mr. Louis Long.
President, as the Secretary for Financial and Treasury Services said in the appropriation bill debate, when we close the account of any financial year, if it is found that the expenditure charged to any head is in excess of the sum appropriated for that head by an appropriation ordinance, the excess shall be included in a supplementary appropriation bill, which should be introduced into Legislative Council as soon as practicable after the close of the financial year to which the excess expenditure relates. In other words, the bill is a procedure to close the account. It is not that we are going to incur any additional expenditure. When we close the account, the Commissioner of or Director of Audit will assess the accounts and submit a report to the Legislative Council. I will review the report to be submitted by the Director of Audit, so I support the passage of the bill so that we can complete the procedures of closing the account. This is the fourth year when we assess the supplementary appropriation bill. With the fiscal challenges faced by the government, the Financial Secretary said that he will control government expenditure stringently. I noticed that the supplementary bill involved has dropped from $47.5 billion to $13.3 billion last year and $10.2 billion this year. The number is on the drop, which shows that the government has been controlling expenditure. I recognize the government's efforts in this area. Looking at the breakdown of the appropriation bill, 19 expenditure items are involved. Item 152, that is the supplementary appropriation bill relating to government headquarters. It involves $7.4 billion, accounting for 17% of the total sum. It has to do with the small and medium enterprises subsidy scheme and other relevant programs. given the heightened geopolitical tension while Hong Kong had a tough time in its economic recovery. Although the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, the banking industry have stepped up their support for local enterprises. Despite this, SMEs are still in serious plight. So I support the bill to cater to the cash flow for the SME funding scheme. As our economy is recovering, various industries and sectors are faced with cash flow problem. I represent the real estate and property sector. We are faced with the same problem. Although we have this enhanced conventional new town development approach in developing the northern metropolis, over the past few years, the government has invoked the resumption of land ordinance to resume land from private developers for construction. The government is resuming land very efficiently. But the compensation is low and the speed of payout is not ideal. This is why I've put so many oral questions in this regard. President, even after the government has verified the title, they delay the payout of compensation to developers. The sector that I represent does not expect any form of subsidy from the government like what they do for the SMEs. All we want is to have the government be more understanding. Our sector is faced with cash flow problem. We have to return and repay the banks, and we hope that the government will pay their compensation in a more speedy manner. President, I support the passage of the Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 bill. Mr. Dennis Leung. President, I speak in support of the Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 bill. There are 19 items involved in the bill. That is on top of the $623 billion in the Appropriation Bill 2024. We need an additional $10.2 billion, which account for 1.6% of the total sum. I think that's reasonable. I think that this shows that the government has made a very accurate estimates as they drafted the appropriation bill. 13 items relate to the 2024-2025 civil servants pay adjustment. Regarding these 13 items, I think that they're necessary because it has to do with a regular expenditure of the government. It could be difficult for the administration to assess the actual expenditure. That's why they have to table and include these items in the supplementary appropriation bill. However, I hope that the government will adopt a consistent estimation approach to further narrow down the discrepancy. Other items are to cater to other cash flow under other different items. First, the SME financing guarantee scheme, the BUD fund, the industrial support fund, the guarantee fund, the matching fund, and the funding injection for AFRC, subsidies for electricity charges for qualified property owners, so on and so forth. On top of that, the government are to engage consultancy to identify unauthorized building works identified by the members of the public via complaints. However, I take issue with one of the items. This is the former OGO and former Efficiency Office. On the 25th of July 2024, we have officially established the Digital Policy Office. After the two offices that have merged, we are incurring an additional expenditure of $16 million, which account for 0.54%. Although the sum is not significant, I hope that the government will redeploy resources internally to lower the government expenditure. So submit.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury to reply. Then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. President, I'd like to respond to the second member who spoke just now regarding the formulation of the DPO. It is actually a technical adjustment. We combine two heads of expenditure, one from 9 and to the new one that led to an increase. But actually, it was supposed to be a drop. It wasn't reflected in the adjustment. It is simply a technical change. Thank you. And I'll put the question to you that the Supplementary Appropriation 2024-25 bill be read the second time. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 bill. This council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Supplementary Appropriation 2024-25 bill. And I'll propose a question to you that the following clauses and the schedule stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 and 2 and the schedule. Does any member wish to speak? If not, we now proceed with the voting. I put the question to you that the clauses and the schedule read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Supplementary Appropriation 2024-25 bill have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, I now report to the Council that the Supplementary Appropriation 2024-25 bill has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council without amendment. I move the motion that this Council adopts this report. And I propose a question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 bill. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, I move that the Supplementary Appropriation 2024-25 bill be read the third time and do pass. And I'll propose the question to you that the Supplementary Appropriation 2024-25 bill be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? If not, I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Supplementary Appropriation 2024-25 bill.
This council resumes the second reading debate on the registration of same-sex partnership bill. Mr. Chan Yong, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Mr. Chan Yong. Thank you, President. As Chairman of the Bills Committee on the registration of same-sex partnerships bill, I present a summary of the key deliberations of the Bills Committee deliberation. The purpose of the registration of same-sex partnership bill, hereinafter referred to as the bill, is to establish a regime for the registration of same-sex partnerships and provide for related matters through legislation, thereby formulating an alternative framework for legal recognition of same-sex partnerships and providing for appropriate rights and obligations attendant on such recognition, including registration and ratification of registration of same-sex partnerships, medical-related matters, and handling of after-death arrangements, so as to implement the order of the Court of Final Appeal (CFA) in the Samjiki case. The Bills Committee held 4 meetings and invited written submissions on the bill from the public. Members expressed diverse views on the administration's proposal to establish, through legislation, an alternative framework for legal recognition of same-sex partnerships. Many members supported the necessity of the government's legislation and its legal basis, and considered that the government should respect and comply with the CFA's judgment, thereby fulfilling its positive obligation under Article 14 of the Hong Kong Bills of Rights, BOR 14. The administration emphasized that the CFA exercised its power of final adjudication in accordance with the basic law in the Samjiki case, rendering a lawful and constitutional judgment which is binding on the government. The government must respect and comply with the judgment made under the judicial system, as has a duty to fulfill the positive obligation. Many members have opposed the legislative proposal, expressing strong concerns about the potential impact on the proposed alternative framework could have on Hong Kong's current one husband, one wife, one man, one woman marriage system. They have pointed out that while the administration has emphasized that the registration regime for same-sex partnerships is not equivalent to same-sex marriage, it may be perceived by the society as a de facto recognition of same-sex marriage. This could even trigger further demands from same-sex partners seeking marriage-related rights, thus having a profound impact on Hong Kong's current family values and social ethical system. The administration reiterated that the registration regime proposed in the bill only recognizes same-sex partnership under the law of Hong Kong based on eligible applicants' registration of such partnerships outside Hong Kong, and provided that other conditions are met. This in no way means that such same-sex partnerships have the legal status as marriage in Hong Kong. The government will strictly adhere to the basic law by maintaining one husband, one wife, one man, one woman as the only legal marriage system in Hong Kong's special administrative region. Some members noted that the 2-year suspension period following the final order of the CFA made on the 27th of October 2023 will expire soon, and asked about the potential consequences if the bill is ultimately not passed by the Legislative Council, as well as the administration's follow-up plans. The administration responded that assuming that the bill introduced by the government is not passed by the Legislative Council by the end of the suspension period, CFA's judgment remains valid in principle, and the government still has a continuing legal duty to make every effort to fulfill this obligation. If necessary, the government will seek legal advice from the Department of Justice and make appropriate arrangements in light of actual circumstances. Certain members propose that the government address the core rights of same-sex partnerships through non-legislative measures, such as administrative arrangements, amendments to existing legislation, or enabling individuals to provide prior instructions or authorizations to address practical issues, such as hospital visitation or handling of remains, thereby avoiding systemic changes. The government responded by saying that the CFA's ruling specifically mandates the establishment of an alternative framework to provide legal recognition to same-sex partnerships. Administrative means or authorizations alone would not suffice to create a legally recognized and binding framework. Some members expressed concern that the use of the term same-sex partnership in the bill's title and provisions might cause confusion with same-sex marriage. The government explained that the term same-sex partnership was adopted from the CFA's judgment in the Samjiki case as a novel legal concept in Hong Kong. The terminology in the bill was carefully chosen to avoid conflating same-sex partners with spouses in opposite-sex marriages. Regarding the conditions for registration of same-sex partnerships, members noted that one of the conditions is that there is a valid same-sex partnerships registered outside Hong Kong between the parties. In this connection, members requested the administration to clarify whether the reference to registered outside Hong Kong in the bill includes same-sex marriage registrations or same-sex civil union registrations completed in foreign consulates in Hong Kong under the laws of the relevant countries. In addition, pursuant to the bill, a valid same-sex partnership registered outside Hong Kong may include any same-sex marriage or a civil union registered remotely under the law of a place outside Hong Kong. Some members expressed worries that this may be perceived as no different from getting married in Hong Kong, and may even lead the general public to regard it as recognition of same-sex marriage in Hong Kong. The administration explained that as the legal recognition conferred by the registration regime should be based on a committed and stable same-sex relationships, the bill proposes using a valid registration outside Hong Kong as a more objective, clear, and easily verifiable criterion. Moreover, the relevant condition is that same-sex partners must have a valid registration under the law of the relevant jurisdictions outside Hong Kong. As regards allowing same-sex partnerships registered remotely under the local law to be accepted as proof, the main consideration is whether that same-sex partnership has been registered under the law of the relevant place. Members also requested the administration to clarify various details of the procedures for registration and rectification of registration of the same-sex partnerships. Some members are concerned that if same-sex partners who have already registered in Hong Kong dissolve their overseas same-sex marriage but fail to notify the Hong Kong authorities, whether they will continue to enjoy the relevant rights under the registration of same-sex partnerships. The administration pointed out that the bills provided that if the same-sex partnership registered outside Hong Kong has ended, the parties to the relevant registration or one of them must notify the registrar in writing of the relevant circumstances within 6 months, failing which the parties to the registration should each commit an offense and be liable on a conviction to a fine at level 3. The administration added that upon passage of the bill, it will publish the relevant forms and provide clear guidelines through a dedicated website. In response to the recommendations of the legal advisor to the Bills Committee, the administration will make 2 textual arrangements to Schedule 1 of the bill. The Bills Committee supports the relevant amendments. President, here is my personal views on the bill. Regarding this registration of same-sex partnerships bill, while we respect diversity, but we have to also uphold traditional family values. Everyone comes across different issues as we survive. Legislative councils, every person in the community have the responsibility to look into how we can leverage on different policies and measures to address various issues. Legislation should not be the only means to solve the problem. Same-sex partners may come across different problems in their daily lives, such as on inheritance. Some of the measures may not facilitate them, in terms of after-death arrangements. On hospital visitation arrangements, while some hospital may limit same-sex partners from visiting their partners in the hospitals if they are not direct relative. But as I said, we can adjust our policies to address the issues. I see that many social welfare organizations and hospital authorities are trying their best to cater to the issues faced by same-sex partners. Legislation is not the only way for us to establish a registration regime for same-sex partnerships. This piece of legislation may cause severe consequences. Many people, many organizations have debated on the same topic. There could be controversy and disputes. During consultation of the bill, we received over 10,000 submissions. Over 80% of them said that they oppose to the framework. I think that this shows that members of the public are concerned about the consequences of the framework. Many of them oppose to the registration regime. Hong Kong all along uphold this principle of one husband, one wife, one man, one woman marriage system. This registration regime affects our traditional legal marriage system, and this may in turn make people believe that the registration regime is a de facto recognition of same-sex marriage. And this will deal a blow to our traditional family values and the understanding of a family may be hampered for our next generation. We respect diversity, but we have to uphold our bottom line for the stability of our city. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you, Deputy President. I'm a member of the Bills Committee. Now at the second reading debate, I'd like to share with you my views. In order to better understand this bill, we need to understand the gist of the judgment of the Court of Final Appeal on the case of Sham Tse Kit. It's about the formulation of an alternative framework to protect the rights and benefits of homosexual couples. It also sets out that the constitutional protection for marriage is confined to monogamous and heterosexual marriage. That is also enshrined in the Basic Law. I respect the judgment of the Court of Final Appeal and the grounds thereof, but I think we need to tread cautiously. We cannot affect the core values of a monogamous and heterosexual marriage system. This is an important principle I uphold. Different quarters of society have expressed different concerns. The Council received over 10,000 submissions. Over 80% of these submissions expressed opposition against the bill. They are afraid of further controversies over the bill and that the values of children and adolescents might be affected. This will also affect social values. We can see that this bill hasn't yet obtained mainstream acceptance and support. There is still controversy surrounding the bill. Going back to the gist of the bill, despite the government's hope to establish a registration system for homosexual couples, there is the setup of a registry, registrar, and so on. The formalities are substantially the same as the existing marriage. This will lead to public misunderstanding that Hong Kong accepts homosexual marriage and it is treated the same way as heterosexual marriage. The registration and operation are quite passive under the bill. Say homosexual couples need to first register outside Hong Kong before they can register in Hong Kong. But then it is actually quite difficult for us to implement supervision and approval for overseas registration. We can only rely on paper documents to do so. For remote registration, it's also proposed to be recognized, and this is quite lax when it comes to the approval criteria. When it comes to the deregistration of the marriage, same-sex couples will have to declare to the administration within 6 months. I don't quite understand why we need to be quite lax in this system. If the registration system will be legally binding, well, I think this is not comprehensive enough. In Hong Kong, we have been implementing the monogamous and heterosexual marriage system for long. This marriage system is between a man and a woman. It comes with important functions such as having offspring. It has an important role to play when it comes to the marriage between a man and a woman, in the sense that it will build a society. Now, we don't have mainstream consensus on the bill. Therefore, I think it is not appropriate for us to implement this bill at this time. We need to come up with other methods to protect the interests and rights of homosexual couples, say power of attorney, in areas such as hospital visits and so on. This is a more pragmatic approach. This will also lead to fewer controversies. Hong Kong is an inclusive and diverse society. We respect freedoms as well as human rights. In the meantime, we respect judgment of the court, as the rule of law is a cornerstone of Hong Kong. However, the bill isn't just about human rights and the rule of law. It's also about the core family values, social values, as well as the monogamous and heterosexual marriage system in Hong Kong. It has to do with the overall interest of society. That's why I think that the administration should look for a better way to implement its positive obligation. The legislature has a responsibility for reviewing all legislation and be a good gatekeeper in order to safeguard the overall interest of society. That's why I find it difficult for me to support this bill. I also submit thank you, Deputy President. Mr. Martin Liao. Deputy President, regarding homosexual partnerships in Hong Kong, we haven't yet had common consensus. Different parts of the world have different social values, religious belief, and so on. These are the factors on which they decide whether they will recognize same-sex partnerships. For example, the Netherlands, Canada, France, Germany, the UK, US, Australia, South Africa, Taiwan, Thailand, a total of 40 countries recognize homosexual marriages. Japan doesn't recognize same-sex marriages. Some countries, on the other hand, don't recognize same-sex couples. But courts recognize or promote the protection of some legal rights of homosexual couples. Say the top court of South Korea in 2024 recognized same-sex couples when it comes to the public health front. In 2024, India instructed all the banks in the setting up of joint accounts. Same-sex couples should be treated the same way. National health insurance schemes were also adjusted in order to provide better protection for LGBT partners. Same-sex partners enjoy prison visits and the claiming of the dead body of their same-sex couple. regarding the registration of same-sex partnerships bill, it is to implement the positive obligation as ordered by the Court of Final Appeal in Shamsi-Kit versus Secretary for Justice. There is a ruling of 3-2 in relation to Hong Kong Bill of Rights, Article 183, Section 14. That is the protection of privacy, family, home, correspondence, honor, and reputation. This order was made on the 27th of October 2023. It is being suspended for 2 years for it to be implemented. The administration has the responsibility and obligation to implement the judgment of the court. Society needs to respect the judgment of the court. Without doubt, in Hong Kong, there is discrimination against same-sex couples. There is unfairness in Hong Kong. Same-sex couples may have interference in relation to their protection of privacy. That's why they feel that they are beneath others. They even feel that they are insulted. We are a metropolis. We are a diverse and inclusive society. We should strive to be an inclusive society. In a Court of Final Appeal, by a majority ruling, the Court of Final Appeal ruled that the legislature and the executive have the room to set up an alternative framework, including the appropriate rights and obligations attendant on the recognition of same-sex couples. In order to implement the judgment of the Court of Final Appeal, we need to meet the basic social needs of same-sex couples in Hong Kong. The bill proposes that same-sex couples enjoy different interests and benefits, including registration, deregistration, the handling of after-death arrangements, and so on. I believe the bill is all about the basic social needs. It has recognized or taken into account different opinions on this issue. An overall balance have already been struck in order to seek support of different quarters of society. At the same time, I understand different people in society in Hong Kong are afraid that the marriage system in Hong Kong will be rocked. The marriage system has been set up in Hong Kong since 1971. All judges in a Court of Final Appeal agree that in relation to Article 19(2) of the Hong Kong Bill of Rights, as well as Article 73 of the Hong Kong Basic Law, the marriage system in Hong Kong is only confined to heterosexual marriage. We should not see it as a way to recognize homosexual marriages. We don't recognize homosexual marriages, but we recognize homosexual relationships. These are different layers of recognition. And the bill is about the second layer. And it doesn't mean that Hong Kong recognizes same-sex marriages. That being said, we need to express concerns over the possible impact on core family values and the possible psychological development of children. It is a worry that if we set this precedent, would be opening a Pandora's box or opening the floodgates. And I believe there are actually reasons for this worry. Therefore, I need to emphasize we shouldn't challenge the bottom line and the mainstream values of Hong Kong. I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Holden Chow. President, I speak on behalf of the DAB. The DAB strongly oppose the registration of the same-sex partnerships bill. First of all, the DAB reiterates that we respect different sexual orientations. We do not discriminate against any people of any sexual orientation. We do recognize that we have to address the issues faced by same-sex partners on, say, medical visits and estate inheritance. We are of the view that through administrative arrangements, we can solve these problems. However, the registration of same-sex partnerships bill will deal a blow to our one husband, one wife, one man, one woman marriage system. This is a de facto recognition of same-sex marriage. This is against our traditional values, and this will impact the family values of our next generation. In the future, should we teach our children that marriage is between one man and one woman? Is that still the mainstream value in the future? Once we pass the bill, we are in turn encouraging members of the public to register for same-sex marriage in other countries and then come back to register for same-sex partnerships in Hong Kong. Since the CFA has delivered the judgment, we've received many feedback from the people, which include schools, parents associations, religious bodies. They are very worried about the judgment. When the administration tabled this bill into the LegCo, many people expressed their strong objection. When the administration consulted the public on the bill, the LegCo received over 10,000 submissions. Over 80% of them said that they opposed to the bill. This shows that the mainstream opinion of Hong Kong is that we should respect a one husband, one wife, one man, one woman marriage system. Hong Kong is a Chinese society. Our traditional family values are deeply rooted in our culture. We'd like to reiterate once again that we respect the sexual orientation of everyone. I think that through individual measures and arrangements, we can address the problems that they face on their day-to-day life. This topic that we are discussing today is very controversial. We don't have a consensus in Hong Kong to uproot our traditional values. We have the obligations to gatekeep our traditional family values. The judgment delivered by CFA has an adverse impact on our traditional values. Since the 2013 judgment, the government did propose a legislative proposal to address the judgment. However, in 2014, the legislative proposal was not passed. So this shows that the LegCo has the role to uphold traditional family values. The court has the role to interpret laws in Hong Kong, but LegCo is the body to pass any laws. In 2013, the judge Andrew Clark said that the administration is the one to implement the alternative framework. If this registration of same-sex partnerships bill is passed, then it will be equivalent to opening a Pandora's box. It will unsettle our traditional family values and spark further controversy in our community. So we're of the view that we should not pass this registration of same-sex partnerships bill. We strongly oppose to it. I so submit. Ms. Carmen Khan. Thank you, Deputy President. The administration said that by introducing the registration of same-sex partnerships bill, the government can implement the judgment. I read the judgment in detail. The CFA ruled that in accordance with Article 13 and Article 19, Bracket 2 of the Bills of Rights of Hong Kong, the constitutional rights of marriage is limited to opposite-sex marriage. As a result, we don't have to establish a marriage system for same-sex partners. On the other hand, the CFA, by a majority of 3-2, allowed the appellant's appeal and held that the failure of the government to fulfill its positive obligation to establish an alternative framework and to provide appropriate rights and obligations appellant on such recognition violated in appellant's BOR 14 rights. The suspension period lasts 2 years. This shows that the administration has flexible margin of discretion to devise details of the regime. This shows that the CFA understands the complications entailed in the regime. President, I'd like to talk about this bill in 3 different areas. First, there is great controversies on the legal point of view among the community. In an article published by the CFA judge says that the ruling applied to Samjikit only. This is a views expressed by the judge on the BOR 14, and he is of the view that the ruling is flawed. The administration said that declarations of the CFA does not entail an order, is not legally binding on the government or the Legislative Council. There's no details as how the positive obligation should be fulfilled. The BOR 14 and the ICCPR Article 17, well, the wordings in the two are the same, which says that the private social needs and rights should not be eroded upon. Article 8 entails a positive obligation, but for Article 14, they're about prohibition. What does it mean? It means that if the rights is encroached upon, then there should be legal safeguard. It does not mean that the government has to legislate to recognize any form of partnership. Not having a registration regime does not mean that the rights and obligations of same-sex partners are being affected or intruded. Should the government establish alternative framework for every stable and committed relationship? It should not be the case. So how should we rectify the mistake? That's a question. Second, there is no consensus that this bill will not impact traditional family values. The government said multiple times that they are upholding the one husband, one wife, one man, one woman marriage system, and that traditional values will not be affected. We can take the UK example. In 2004, the UK allowed civil union between same-sex partners. Many people thought that that was the end to it. However, the Cameron administration legislated for same-sex partners 10 years afterwards. There is controversies regarding the title of the bill, and there is oath-taking arrangements, which is similar to heterosexual marriage system. We also have registration certificate for same-sex partnerships, which is almost the same as same-sex partnerships or same-sex marriage. 80% of the 10,000 submissions to the Legislative Council said that they're worried about the recognition of same-sex marriage. They don't want us to make the mistake as the UK government did. I think that we can resort to administrative arrangements without a will. How will the order of inheritance be? I don't think that we have to resort to legislation. Third, I don't think that there is a consensus on the details of the core rights and core rights and obligations. The list of core rights and obligations on, say, medical visits and after-death arrangements, there is no consensus. Some people think that the list is not exhaustive enough, something that is too much. The CFA does not include in the order any details. I think that through amending existing legislations and establishing administrative arrangements, we can address these issues. Say, for example, the AMD, the Advanced Medical Directives. Once the patients have signed off on such order, then they don't have to go through CPR. And on organ donation, the relevant person can sign up for it individually. We don't need the consent from same-sex partners or the spouse of the patient. Deputy President, I'd like to talk about the consequences of not legislating for the bill and if there is any adverse consequences. Some people say that our rule of law will be impacted if we don't legislate for it. I think that by tabling this bill into the LegCo, this shows that the administration respects the rule of law. We need each parties from the executive and legislature to respect each other. In the 2023, the Chief Justice said that the court is to interpret laws but not legislate. Another judge said that executive is not the slave to the judiciary. I think that by tabling this bill, the government is fulfilling its role. The legislature is not a rubber stamp. We should scrutinize any bills tabled before us. Some say that our international status will be affected if we don't legislate for this bill. We should not have regard to this factor. In the judgment delivered by the CFA, it is said that the registration regime has nothing to do with the court but the administration. We should not just create a new piece of law just to protect our international status. Only 38 countries in the world recognize same-sex marriage, so this is not a global trend. I don't think that we should confuse humanitarianism with recognition of same-sex partnerships. I scrutinized the judgment and the bill and listened to many members of the public. I read the submissions to the LegCo. I must point out that there is no consensus in the community on the bill. I don't think that this is the road that Hong Kong should take as opposed to the bill. Lastly, under one country, two systems, the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive must respect one another. I think that everyone should respect the outcome of the LegCo voting. Thank you.
主席
Dr. Teck Chi-Yuen, Deputy President, according to my understanding of traditional marriage and also my aspiration for social harmony, I take a conservative view on the bill, and I raise my concern from a sensible perspective. Now, as a representative of a Christian community, according to the Bible, God created man and women. The traditional union between a man and a woman is an arrangement designed by God. So I do not agree with same-sex marriage, but I respect the choices of individuals. In my own circle, I have friends and relatives who are homosexual people, and we also embrace them. According to Christianity, only God has the right to judge others. No mere mortals can render judgment on others. Our roles are to care for each individual with compassion. We have to understand their needs and their struggles rather than reject them and criticize them. I think Christians should take a scientific perspective and take a liberal view on human behavior. We need to listen to the stories and experience of homosexual people and understand their choices and their lifestyle. Compassion and love is our paradigm. Concerning this bill, the government has received a lot of submissions, and more than 80% of the views are against the bill. They are in the majority. However, according to recent survey, there are more support for homosexuality or gay partnership. According to a TMHK survey in 2023, compared with the last decade, there has been significant changes in public view towards same-sex marriage. More than 60% of the public gave support to same-sex marriage. Only 3% were against, and only 70% were against, and 23% were neutral. Now, in 2013, only 38% of the public supported same-sex marriage. As representative of the people, we have to give importance to these views. Our responsibility is to strike a balance between different views to avoid social division. I do not support the bill, however, concerning the facilitation arrangements for same-sex partners in terms of healthcare and financial arrangements. These are real needs. We need practical alternative arrangements to cater to these needs. Considering the interests of different groups, we suggest 1. We need to enhance the arrangements of power of lasting attorney so that same-sex partners can resolve practical needs like visitation and financial arrangements through legal contracts. With that, we do not need to change the marriage system. Second, we need to step up anti-discrimination education in the public. Through more anti-discrimination workshops, we should enhance the inclusivity in society and prevent discrimination. 3, we need to have a cross-sectoral communication platform comprising religious leaders, social workers, and homosexual groups. Through communication, we need to address the actual needs and challenges faced by the gay community. Members and friends, no matter what our values are, we should not label ourselves as progressive or conservatives. We should have care for everyone. Some attach importance to traditional values, some attach importance to protecting the weak, some are more eager to see progress. Now let's show compassion to others' needs and aspirations and find a middle ground. Real social progress should be premised upon mutual respect and inclusivity, rather than forcing either side to swallow an arrangement which is against their core values. Now, I hope that Hong Kong can become a place which offers protection to the minority while embracing diversity and inclusivity. Let's put down our discrimination and show love. Thank you. Dr. Tan Yuehan. Thank you, Deputy President. Same-sex partnership bill has caused a lot of concern since the first reading. There has been a lot of backlash. Now, the government stressed that it is to find the greatest common ground by the bill. So the government hopes that the bill will be supported by the electoral. However, from the submissions, 80% out of the 10,000 submissions were against the bill. I understand that there are lots of opposition from religious bodies and also traditional groups. Now, the Legislative Council is the most important body representing public voices. As a member of the Legislative, I would give priority to representing the majority view in society. I think there is still not the condition for passing the registration of same-sex partnerships bill, so I will vote against the bill. Now, the government has emphasized that the same-sex partnership does not enjoy the equivalent rights under a marriage. Now, the Constitution specifies that our marriage system is between one man and one woman and one husband and wife. However, recognizing same-sex partnership is equivalent to recognizing same-sex marriage. It gives rise to the concern that in the future, same-sex marriage will be legal in Hong Kong. Conferring onto same-sex partners rights that should be exclusive to married couples is wrong. We are also concerned about the subsequent issues after passing the bill. It's not just controversial in society. It is also an attack, an onslaught to traditional values and core values. According to international experience, legalizing same-sex marriage may give rise to lasting social division. If we step across this threshold, there may be more emerging legal disputes. For example, there will be calls for giving more rights to gay couples, which only married couples enjoyed. It will also give rise to raising of children and the related problems. Now, in the West, society has been drifted apart because of confrontation between different groups. We need to guard against this happening in Hong Kong. But I think, without the premises of traditional and cultural foundation, we should not pass this bill. But I call for all parties to say no to discrimination. We need to understand earnestly the difficulties faced by the minorities in life. Hong Kong is an inclusive city. We need to keep on being inclusive. So even if the bill is not passed, I think we need to establish other alternative arrangements to cater to the need of same-sex partners, for example, medical health care and afterlife matters. They should be given the right to handle these matters on behalf of their same-sex partners without disrupting our traditional marriage system. So I speak against the registration of same-sex partnerships bill.
Mr. Ambrose Lam. Thank you, Deputy President. The legislative proposal of the administration this time round relates to the case Shamsi Kit versus Secretary for Justice in the Court of Final Appeal. The Bar Association of Hong Kong and the Law Society of Hong Kong said that we should respect the judgment of the Court of Final Appeal. The chairman of the Bar Society of Hong Kong said that even if we cannot obtain public consensus on the bill, we will definitely be able to seek ways to reach public consensus because Hong Kong is a diverse society. But then rule of law shouldn't be compromised. I respect and agree with the opinions of the chairman of both Law Society of Hong Kong and Bar Association of Hong Kong. We need to ensure the spirit of the Court of Final Appeal will be implemented. The 5 judges of the Court of Final Appeal have diverse views on an alternative framework in relation to same-sex partnerships. For judges holding opposing views, They are afraid that the alternative framework will, in the long term, affect the monogamous and heterosexual marriage system enshrined in the Hong Kong Basic Law and the Hong Kong Bill of Rights. We respect the marriage system of China and social ethics in Hong Kong. The Court of Final Appeal recognizes that the monogamous and heterosexual marriage system is the basic marriage system or social system in Hong Kong. In the judgment, it is said that we don't recognize any other types of marriage registered out of Hong Kong, but we need to respect the provisions in the Hong Kong Bill of Rights. That is exactly why we need to establish an alternative framework. Paragraph 183 said that the administration needs to consider different factors, including age requirements, heterosexual marriage system, and so on. In other words, according to the logic of the Court of Final Appeal judgment, it's not just about homosexual couples. We need to express respect in different jurisdictions. We need to set up an alternative framework in relation to a diversified and inclusive marriage system in society. Well, the monogamous and heterosexual marriage system is the common one, but in a total of 200 jurisdictions all over the world, 38 jurisdictions recognized homosexual marriage system. In Islamic laws, they recognize multiple wives married to a man. They have sought support from different jurisdictions, say the Middle East, Africa, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, Arabic, and so on. According to Islamic laws, a husband needs to treat 4 wives in a fair manner. Even when they are going to purchase properties, they will have to buy 4 properties for each of the 4 wives. In Nepal, in India, there are polygamous marriages. So should this type of marriages be protected by the Hong Kong Bill of Rights as well? If the registration of same-sex partnerships bill only applies to same-sex partnerships, then this is another type of discrimination against other types of marriages. According to the spirit of the judgment of the Court of Final Appeal, this will be against Article 14 of the Hong Kong Bill of Rights as well. This will lead to more legal disputes for sure. The role of the Legislative Council matters. The Court of Final Appeal proposes having an alternative framework for same-sex partnerships. They said so in the judgment. The government has the responsibility for establishing an alternative framework for same-sex couples. However, in paragraph 213 of the judgment, the judges emphasize that the court, on replacing the role of the administration or the legislature, the court only exercises its power to implement Article 14 of the Hong Kong Bill of Rights. That is about the rights and benefits of human rights. The Legislative Council has the responsibility for monitoring the administration. It is not a rubber stamp. The judiciary has no right to interfere with the power and decision of the council. We have different practices and systems. Since the handover, the Chief Justice of the Court of Final Appeal said time and again in judgment, judges don't take into account political factors. But the council is different from the court. We must take into account political factors whenever we vote. Public views are one major foundation of political factors. Geopolitical tensions are tied to present. if we're going to recognize or if we proceed with establishing an alternative framework, is it a kind of damage to traditional Chinese culture? We will have to take into account ethics in Hong Kong as well as the normal birth rate in Hong Kong as well. Does the Council have the constitutional responsibility to implement what the public wants? If the Council votes down this bill, it shouldn't be considered a constitutional risk or constitutional crisis. It shouldn't be considered damaging the rule of law either. It is actually an embodiment of democracy of Hong Kong. There are a total of 89 legislators in the Council right now. We have been voted by members of the public in Hong Kong. We have listened to the views of all members of the public. We're going to vote in a moment. Our votes, either support or against, are the mainstream views of the public. I'm a legislator in the legal field, but I do have the constitutional responsibility to speak on behalf of all members of the public in Hong Kong. The vast majority of the members I represent are against the alternative framework this time round, as this bill will rock the foundations of the marriage system in Hong Kong as well as the social ethics in Hong Kong. Whether members of the public are for or against this bill, we need to respect the basic law. According to Article 73, Bracket 1, we are given powers by our country. We are to enact, amend, or repeal laws in accordance with the provisions of this law, and our powers and functions are enshrined in the basic law. I so submit. Thank you. Ms. Maggie Chan. Thank you, Deputy President. I'm against the registration of same-sex partnerships bill. That is because this bill rocks the foundations of the monogamous and heterosexual marriage system in Hong Kong. When the Council votes down the bill, it will not give rise to constitutional crises. Instead, it will embody the checks and balances between the legislature and the administration. It will also show that the Council is not a rubber stamp. The following are my reasons for voting down the bill. First, the monogamous and heterosexual marriage system shouldn't be undermined at all. In accordance with Article 37 of the Basic Law and Article 19, Bracket 2 of the Hong Kong Bill of Rights, as well as Cap 40 of the Marriage Ordinance, a marriage in Hong Kong is limited to one man and a woman to the exclusion of homosexual couples. It carries the fine Chinese traditional values, and it emphasizes family values and family traditions. It is a cornerstone of social stability. The bill says that this is just an alternative framework. But it fails to show society the exclusivity of homosexual marriages. It may be interpreted as a recognition of homosexual marriages, and this is at odds with the monogamous and heterosexual marriage system in Hong Kong. With lack of public consensus, this would lead to diverse views in society. Over 80% of members of the public express clear opposition against the bill. If we bulldoze through the bill against public views, this will affect the values, traditional family system, and so on. This will even rock the foundations of society, and this will affect social harmony in Hong Kong. This will also rip society apart. There are defects in the contents of the bill as well. It fails to pinpoint that the constitutional marriage freedom is limited to heterosexual marriages only, to the exclusion of homosexual couples. The provisions are ambiguous. It fails to delineate the position, the role of law as well as the rights, and this may give rise to legal disputes. This will also affect the legal basis of the existing marriage system in Hong Kong. I propose that the administration improve the existing legal framework in order to protect all members of the public, and I mean all members of the public, covering their core rights and their basic social needs. We need to establish a mechanism of living partners transcending different genders. We need to cover all members of the public. We need to bid farewell to sexual discrimination. The judgment of the Court of Final Appeal rules that the Hong Kong government has the positive obligation to protect the core rights and the basic social needs of homosexual couples, including medical decisions and after-death arrangements. However, these demands aren't just confined to homosexual couples. In Hong Kong, a lot of members of the public aren't in ordinary family structures, but then they live together. Say quite a lot of singles in Hong Kong. They live with their partners even when they are sick. Some members of the public live together with their cousins, or some members of the public don't get married, even after a period of time when they have lived with their partners. Some people who live together don't have any partnerships or marriages, but in substance, they have the functions of supporting a family. If we are just talking about after-death arrangements, decision-making when it comes to surgeries, and if we only cover homosexual couples and if we ignore the groups of people I just now mentioned, this will create another type of discrimination and unfairness. Say, for a pair of homosexual couples, they can make a decision for their better half. However, for other partners who live together, they cannot make life-threatening, they cannot make decisions when one's life is at stake. They cannot make funeral arrangements either. In substance, this leads to discrimination against other members of the public. They are ruled out. That's not fair. That's not just either. That's why we need to implement a framework transcending different genders and marriage status. We need to formulate a framework on the basis of life partners. We need to cover all people who have actual needs and actual demands. This will help us bid farewell to discrimination. To this end, I propose to establish a framework transcending different genders, sexual orientations, or marriage status. We need to adopt a pragmatic approach in response to the needs of members of the public. We need to amend the ordinance surrounding the powers of attorney. We need to provide more flexibility and accept partners of the opposite sex, close friends, or life partners in whom one confides. This will protect the basic needs of different members of the public. This won't rock the foundations of the existing marriage system. The Court of Final Appeal, in its ruling of Shamsi Kid's case, says that different jurisdictions might have regard to the constitutional order, traditional legal procedures, and social values to develop the laws of any jurisdiction. That's why the legislature has a right to act in accordance with the Basic Law, the Hong Kong Bill of Rights, to vote down the bill in question. This act is in line with the rule of law and the actual situation in Hong Kong. We have the principle of one country, two systems. If the Council votes down this bill, it doesn't mean that we are against the judgment of the Court of Law in Hong Kong. It's not a constitutional crisis either. Instead, we are just charging our functions and responsibilities. It is an embodiment of checks and balances. It also shows that the legislature is not a rubber stamp. We're living in a metropolis. We are an inclusive and diverse society. We need to protect different social values, family values, and we need to safeguard the monogamous and heterosexual marriage system in Hong Kong. It has irreplaceable function in Hong Kong. That's why I categorically object to this bill. I so submit.
Ms. Yong Ha Yan. Thank you, Deputy President. I understand that this piece of bill is of great concern in the community, and this is about our social values. Just now, Ms. Maggie Chang talked about a living partner's registration regime. I support that. If the title of this bill is renamed Registration of Living Partnerships Bill, then I believe that most of us would support it. We want a more harmonious society, and we see the different needs of different parties in Hong Kong. That's why we have this bill. We are a diversified and inclusive society. However, we have to uphold our traditional family values and maintain our mainstream values. So I'd like to talk about the legislative and legal point of view of the bill and the problems and issues faced by different parties in the society. I hope that we can look at this bill in a more humane manner. This bill has no intent to uproot the one husband, one wife, one man, one woman marriage system. As said in the judgment delivered by the CFA, the constitutional rights and freedom of marriage is limited and confined to opposite-sex marriage and does not extend to same-sex marriage. In other words, the bill is not to legislate for same-sex marriage, but to establish an alternative framework for legal recognition of same-sex partnerships and to address the issues faced by some people on their day-to-day life. Regardless of our personal values, we must recognize the fact that there are a group of people who have registered for same-sex marriage in other countries. They live with one another for a long period of time. They are faced with actual difficulties on their day-to-day life. The rights and obligations covered by the bill is very limited. The bill has not made any adjustment to the distribution of estate. It does not include the estate rights of same-sex partners, And if necessary, the members of the public, same-sex partners, will have to leverage on existing legislation to deal with inheritance issues. Same-sex partnership is not a de facto recognition of same-sex marriage. The bill only targets medical visits, after-death arrangements, inheritance and estate management are not included in the bill. This is the government's response to the order made by the court. Regarding medical arrangements, people who are not direct relatives to the patient cannot visit them during emergencies. Same-sex partners may have resided with one another for a long period of time, but because of their legal status, they were not able to stay with their partners as they spend the last hours of their lives. I don't think that's a humane arrangement. Same goes for the after-death arrangements. The same-sex partners may be ruled out from burying, cremating their partners. I think that everyone who has experienced their close relatives passing away would understand the pain behind not being able to be there for your partners when they are about to pass away or as they are being buried. So I think that we have to be compassionate. That bill just addresses these basic principles. And in terms of the design of the registration system, it is said that it targets only couples who have registered for marriage overseas. Regarding the rights and obligations under the regime, as I said, it only covers medical decisions and after-death arrangements. Same-sex partners are not empowered to exercise the rights conferred upon heterosexual marriage. I think that this is a very restrained response. The CFA said that under the BOR 14 that the administration has to establish a alternative framework. If we don't do so, then that will undermine our image and reputation, and the confidence in our rule of law will be undermined. Some people are worried that with the passage of the bill, we are recognizing same-sex marriage. However, we are to dispense with the gray area by introducing this bill. With a dedicated registration system, relevant members of the public's rights can be protected, and that will lower the chances of litigation. There are multiple bottom lines set in the system. The registrar will make sure that the regime will not be abused. There will be clear guidelines stipulating the rights and obligations. Personal privacy can be protected, and existing family and marriage system will not be affected by the same-sex partnership registration regime. This shows how inclusive Hong Kong is and how we've struck a balance between traditional values and being open. We're not to change the mainstream family values by introducing this bill. We're not taking a side. This is a reasonable and pragmatic approach. As CFA said, we have a marginal discretion to devise the details of the regime. I think that this framework is how we can be both compassionate and lawful. President, I so submit. Ms. Nixie Lam, thank you. After careful thought and much discussion with my party, I will object to the bill. I believe that the administration has spent much effort in drafting this bill. I respect the rule of law of Hong Kong, But as a Legislative Council member, I am not only obliged to support the administrations in the due execution of their duties, we have also the duty to scrutinize the implications of any bill tabled before us. President, the existing marriage system is about a union between one man and one woman. The traditional family values is how our society operates. Our marriage system is not just about the rights of spouses, but how our next generation understand this world. Our social welfare, social protection are complicated. If we are to implement a registration regime for same-sex partnerships, which is very much similar to that of same-sex marriage, that will destabilize our society, and there will be much controversy to be sparked in the community. We received 10,775 submissions. Over 8,600 of them objected to it. Some school principals wrote to me, sent messages to me expressing their concern about the bill. Actually, the majority of the society opposed to the regime. Some parents said that they are worried that their children wouldn't be able to understand what marriage means, what spouse mean, what partners mean, and some religious organizations said that they are worried about the adverse consequences that this bill could entail. All this point to the same direction. Our marriage system is the bottom line of our society. We should not change it easily. President, I respect the rights to pursue happiness among all parties in the society, but I don't think that legislation is the way to go. This bill may seem to establish a framework to protect the rights and obligations of same-sex partners, but they have some long-term consequences. I think that the government and the members of the public should recognize the potential consequences and implications of having this registration system. We should strike a balance between maintaining our core values and respecting the rights of minorities. Thank you.
Mr. Bill Tang. Thank you, Deputy President. On the 5th of September 2023, the Court of Final Appeal granted a declaration in the TMHK case that the government must establish an alternative framework for legal recognition of same-sex partnerships within 2 years, and the government introduced the bill then. I do not support the bill. Some say that the bill is premised upon the CFA's judgment, but that does not affect my decision. I still respect the court. But as LegCo member, we collect views from society and we exercise our judgment, and in the spirit of public interest, we make our decision. Now, as a member of the FTU, my consideration is whether it is sensible, whether the bill is representative of the public opinion, and whether it is a timely moment to pass the bill, and also whether there are no other alternatives to the arrangement. Now, indisputably, this is an extremely controversial issue, if not the most controversial one in the past few years. It involves family values, humanity, rights, religions, and also culture. There is no consensus in society about that. I've conducted research, and I've read through all the public submissions. I think there are very diverse views towards the bill, and apparently there are more in society who are opposed to the bill. There is no middle ground so far. More importantly, 80% of the public submissions received by the LegCo, that is 8,000 of them, are against the bill. Now, more importantly, realistically speaking, there are more pressing problems that Hong Kong faces. There is a consensus that we should focus on our livelihood issues. The public the status of the public finance and the real economy. These are more pressing challenges that we should focus on. With limited social resources, we only have so much energy. It is not the time to deal with such a controversial issues with no consensus, which requires so much effort legally and administratively. Now, in the TMHK case, the CFA rules that the Hong Kong SAR government must protect the basic social needs and rights of same-sex partners and demonstrate the spirits of all are equal before the law. Now, we understand that the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of the government would monitor and supervise each other. The CFA's role is to monitor whether the government is exercising the public power fairly. On the other hand, the Hong Kong SAR government would exercise that power according to the power conferred by the law, while the legislature is responsible for supervising and monitoring the government's exercise of power and convey public views. Now, according to the basic law, the executive enjoys a large extent of power in exercising its governance, but its governance is subject to judicial review. Now, in this ruling, the CFA has ruled that the government has violated the Constitution and that the government must establish an alternative framework to recognize same-sex partnership within 2 years. The CFA has neglected the actual situation in Hong Kong. Now, it seems that the court is overstepping into the realm of Legislative Council in dictating what law the government should introduce. It is against the spirit of rule of law. By rule of law, it means that there are some guiding principles restraining the exercise of power in Hong Kong. Unless there are sufficient justification, these basic rights means that we need to protect basic human rights without infringing and violating others' rights. Now, that applies to the same-sex partnership system as well. Now, if we legislate that some minority people can enjoy some power, and at the same time we are undermining the freedom or rights of the majority, then we need to be careful. When the law confers power onto someone, the power cannot be exercised in a way that undermines others' rights and power. And more importantly, a piece of legislation should bring greater benefits to society as a whole. So we need to protect social values and customs which have been beneficial to our society. Now, the principle to embrace is to find the greatest common ground to achieve the ultimate overall interest of society. We must prove and justify the merits of a law. If this is a piece of legislation that is based on a single ruling rather than a consensus in society, well, that would be overstepping into the legislature's power. All is equal before the law. So we need to give consideration to all individuals' rights and welfare when we consider introduction of a law. So we need to think whether the law will be beneficial to all in society. Now, according to the CFA's judgments, the government only has 2 years' time to introduce the law. It is too short. The bill has not been discussed widely by society, and there has not been a public consultation. Without a public consultation, how can we reach a consensus? If we are rushing through this piece of law, it would undermine the quality of our legal system and cast doubt on the spirit of rule of law in Hong Kong. I respect the CFA's judgment and I have faith in our judicial system. But I must say, the decision to establish this same-sex partnership recognition system with a time limit is close to overstepping onto the power of the government. I object to the bill. Mr. Tang Fei, Deputy President, this legislative term is coming to a close. Over the past 4 years, this bill is the first one that caused deep anxiety in me. I'm anxious, not just because the moral values and the dilemma involved, and not just about the potential impact on our traditional family values and also on our educational system. I'm also anxious because, as a electoral member, what happened to the division of labor and separation of power between the executive, legislative, and judicial branch? Now, according to the explanation given by the CMAB at the meeting on the 3rd of July, at the panel meeting, the government officials stressed that according to the majority decision by the CFA in the TMHK case, the CFA is of the view that the government has failed to establish an alternative framework for legal recognition of same-sex partnerships, according to Article 14 of the Hong Kong Bill of Rights. So there is a positive obligation for the government to establish this recognition system. The CFA stresses that it should be a legal recognition system. So in the judgment, the CFA explains that there must be a legal recognition system to achieve that effect. Now, to put it in layman terms, besides legislation and besides this registration of same-sex partnerships bill, there are no other alternative administrative or executive arrangements which can fulfill the CFA's requirements. Now, of course, the executive branch has to comply with the judgment rendered by the judicial branch. That's why the government has introduced this bill. But as the legislative branch of the government, we are in a dilemma. On one hand, if we refuse to pass this bill, so as a member, if I do not support the bill, the consequence would be terrible. I would be going against the spirit of rule of law. But if I am just a rubber stamp, if I ignore the major public opinion, and also the large amount of opposition received by the electoral, if we solely support the bill because of the CFA judgment, if we are so passive and submissive, then that's not sensible. So that puts me in a great dilemma, and I'm anxious. Now, Article 37 of the Basic Law empowers the Legislative Council to introduce, amend, or revoke law according to the Constitution. Judge Henry Litton said that the CFA is not a legislative organization. Now, if the bill is passed, the family court will also be a stakeholder. Now, this will affect the system in handling familial matters. So we are the gatekeeper. Legislative members need to consider the public opinion. Now, Hong Kong's constitutional order requires the synchronized operation of the CFA's judgment, the executive branch's introduction of bill, and the legislature's passage of the bill. Now, the legislature has the right to pass or reject a bill. Now, a former government official points out that passage of bill is the constitutional right and power of the legislature. All parties must respect this power. Now, this is what was said by Mr. Grenville Cross and Judge Henry Lytton. So with that backing, even if I vote against the bill, I would not be criticized as going against the spirit of rule of law. And also, inherently, this bill is not very sound. Now, according to the bill, the alternative arrangement is that same-sex partners who have registered their civil union elsewhere or overseas can enjoy recognition in Hong Kong and have certain rights in relation to healthcare and after-death matters. In other words, for those same-sex couples who cannot afford registering their union overseas, they would be excluded by this bill. That is another kind of discrimination. Again, that is also not in line with the CFA's judgment, that is to meet the basic social needs of same-sex partners. Finally, whatever the outcome, now according to the government, there is no other way to go. But I hope that the government can consider carefully whether we can work on the premise of common sense and confer rights like hospital visitation rights and inheritance rights onto same-sex partners or other partners at all with a caring duty to their partner through social contracts and legal contracts, rather than establishing this system for recognizing same-sex partnerships, which may give the perception that we are embracing same-sex marriage. If that can be done, we can meet the requirements under BOR Article 14 while avoiding the potential impact to social values. Thank you.
Mr. Tong Li-Tse. Thank you, Deputy President. I support the monogamous and heterosexual marriage system in Hong Kong. On different occasions, I already pointed out the protection for human rights and the rule of law shouldn't be without any limits. We have different choices when it comes to our private life. The point is that we cannot affect the freedom and human rights of other people, or we couldn't engage in any act that would affect social ethics of society, such as legalizing homosexual marriages. This shouldn't be supported. The Court of Final Appeal in the case of Shamsi Kit said very clearly in the judgment, in accordance with the Basic Law and the Hong Kong Bill of Rights, homosexual couples in Hong Kong cannot enjoy constitutional rights that heterosexual couples have. The Court of Final Appeal ruled that homosexual marriages registered outside Hong Kong would not be recognized in Hong Kong. At the same time, the CFA announced that the government has not implemented the positive obligation according to the Hong Kong Bill of Rights to set up an alternative framework for same-sex couples. This is the reason why we are debating or having the second reading debate of the registration of same-sex partnerships bill. This bill embodies the respect for the rule of law and an inclusive culture in society. The judgment of the CFA points out that Hong Kong needs to offer some protection for same-sex couples. The government needs to implement the judgment of the court and proposes a framework within 2 years. This shows that the rule of law in Hong Kong is mature. In accordance with Article 37 of the Basic Law, the freedom of marriage of Hong Kong residents and the right to raise a family freely should be protected by law, and this is confined to heterosexual couples. This is the cornerstone of Hong Kong. Hong Kong needs to offer protection to same-sex couples. Under this principle, we aren't going to change the existing marriage system. Instead, we offer basic legal protection and rights for same-sex couples in areas such as medical decisions, funeral arrangements, and so on. This is in line with the spirit of the judgment given by the Court of Final Appeal. This also protects the marriage system enshrined in the Basic Law. It has struck a balance between the protection of human rights and maintaining the marriage system in Hong Kong. It is hoped that this will promote harmony and inclusivity of society. I'd like to say whether this bill will be passed by the Legislative Council, it doesn't mean the related personnel or organizations will give up on seeking even more protections and rights. I hope different quarters of society will promote a more equal culture, a more just society in Hong Kong in a more accommodating and rational manner. At the same time, we need to proactively uphold the monogamous and heterosexual marriage system in Hong Kong. I so submit. Thank you, Deputy President. I support the bill. Mr. Adrian Ho. Thank you, Deputy President. In September 2023, the Court of Final Appeal handed down a judgment and raised legal questions in relation to the case of Shamsi Kit. Without an alternative framework, it is at odds with the Article 14 of the Hong Kong Bill of Rights, that is the protection of privacy, as well as the related provisions under the Basic Law, that is Article 25. It is ruled that the government will have to implement an alternative mechanism within 2 years in order to offer protection or status for homosexual partners. Not long ago, the law draftmen of the DOJ said at a meeting of the Legislative Council that the government proposes this bill because it has to implement the judgment handed down by the Court of Final Appeal. That's why we are here to debate on this bill. Like other legislators, I have an important responsibility in the Council today. I'm going to cast a vote because I need to protect the core value of the Hong Kong SAR. As Mrs. Regina Ip said, we need to respect the judgment of the Court of Law in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a metropolis. Hong Kong is an important gateway to the world of our country. When this bill was introduced, I understand quite a number of members of the public and organizations wonder whether this bill rocked the foundations of the existing marriage system. This has given rise to different views in society. In accordance with the marriage ordinance of Hong Kong, a marriage in Hong Kong is a voluntary union between a man and a woman. I uphold and I'm convinced that we need to uphold the monogamous and heterosexual marriage system. I hold firm to this belief. I come from a traditional Chinese family. I've been influenced by my family members. Together with my family members, we have been upholding the core family values of our family. I have never wavered in this position. Quite many family members and my family members have given me some views and shared with me their views. Will this bill rock the foundations of the traditional core family values of China? Just now I had lunch with my father. We had quite a fierce discussion with my father. In the end, I had to leave midway through our lunch. My identity is a legislator in Hong Kong, and I'm responsible for protecting the core values of the rule of law in Hong Kong. That's why I'm going to cast a vote for the rule of law in Hong Kong. I want to tell my father whatever my views, my values, or my family values, so what? I have chosen to discharge my responsibility as a legislator in Hong Kong. I understand mutual respect among people matters. When we don't affect other people, including the respect for sexual orientations of different people, we need to respect each other. The Court of Final Appeal also says in its judgment that there's a lack of legal protection for same-sex couples at present. The result is that these couples will have to fight for their rights and benefits through judicial reviews. And I believe it is a suitable move for us to set down some criteria through the bill. Hong Kong is a metropolis. We're at the center of global attention. Members of the public pin high hopes on us. I respect all legislators in the council, and I respect all the choices and views of all legislators. We need a right timing, a right occasion to implement our obligation well. We need to showcase our image or reputation as a metropolis. Whatever the result of our vote is, I believe all members will accept the result. And I also believe that the administration has the right means and has the suitable method to handle this bill in order to address the situation. Thank you.
Mr. Lai Tong Kok. Thank you, President. Our marriage system is between one husband and one wife, one man and one woman. Both parties enjoy the rights and obligations enshrined under the Basic Law and the Hong Kong Bills of Rights. The New People Party and I do not support the legalization of same-sex marriage. I noticed that the stance of the Hong Kong SAR government remains the same. The administration has made a defense in the court, and I think that is evident to their stance. Sam Tse-kit launched a judicial review challenging the marriage system in Hong Kong. 3 different courts ruled that Article 37 of the Basic Law and Article 19 of the Bills of Rights of Hong Kong said that the constitutional freedom of marriage guaranteed and protected is confined to opposite-sex marriage and does not extend to same-sex marriage. This is the final decision of the final Court of Appeal. The issue that we are to address today is the other part of the judgment. By a majority of 3-2, the CFA allowed the appellant's appeal and held that the government has failed to fulfill its positive obligation to establish an alternative framework for legal recognition of same-sex relationships or to provide for appropriate rights and obligations attendant on such recognition. The CFA understands the challenges to be faced by the administration in establishing an alternative framework. That's why a 2-year suspension period was given to the government, which will end on the 27th of October 2025. If the administration fail to establish a framework, then the order will be effective immediately. The government has no choice. They've lost the case. They therefore must fulfill its obligation by introducing this bill into the Legislative Council. Hopefully, it will be passed by the LegCo in time. The bill covers very few rights and obligations. Despite this, there is more than half of the LegCo members who said that they are going to object to the registration regime. There are very few of us who support the bill. The LegCo Secretariat received a record high 10,000 submissions from the public. Over 80% of the people object to the bill. I think that this bill will be voted down for the first time in this Legislative Council term. This bill is not just about traditional values, ethics. It's about the rule of law and legal principle. It's about whether we accept the judgment delivered by the court. It's about whether we respect the rule of law. President, the government acts in accordance with the basic law. It upholds the rule of law. The Legislative Council abide by the law by monitoring the government. All these are necessary, and it's a given. The government lost the court case. Its stance may be different from that of the court. Nevertheless, it has to implement its positive obligation. This is a necessary condition for a lawful society, and this is an obligation that a patriot must fulfill. The bill tabled by the government is to fulfill its constitutional obligation. As a Legislative Council member, if this bill is against the basic law, then we shouldn't support it. But the fact is, it's in line with the basic law. As a result, I'm going to vote in favor of the bill. President, the controversy and issues of same-sex partnerships will not end just because of the bill is voted down. We will see a series of judicial review to be launched. I hope that the administration will give the issues that may come up a deeper thought so that there will not be any further disputes or contentions. Mr. Eric Yim. Thank you, President. Registration of the same-sex partnerships bill, since its introduction into the LegCo, has sparked much concern and controversy in the community. The administration tries to have this bill passed. I think that this shows the government's respect for the rule of law and the court's decision. It also shows that the government is not afraid of challenges. Over 30 countries and regions in the world recognize same-sex marriage. The bills have sparked much debate in the community. That's understandable. At the same time, however, we must recognize that one husband, one wife, one man, one woman marriage system is still the mainstream consensus in Hong Kong, which is a traditional Chinese society. The LegCo received 10,770 submissions from the public on this bill. Over 80% of the people object to the registration of same-sex partnerships. This shows that there is still great resilience against recognition of same-sex partnerships. The government drafted this bill based on the judgment delivered by the CFA. During the deliberations of the bill in the Bills Committee, the administration explained time and again that the alternative framework does not mean that the government recognizes same-sex marriage. However, many members are of the view that by having this bill, we are giving green light to same-sex marriage. and this may give rise to law enforcement issues. Say, for example, the bill says that only partners who have registered as married couples overseas can register as same-sex partners in Hong Kong. Will this be unfair for those who have not been married in other countries? What happens if that particular countries suspend their recognition for same-sex marriage? How would it affect their registration in Hong Kong? Second, if the registration is voided by a single party, and if their marriage is not avoided in other countries, what happens? And what happens if one of the parties go for gender reassignment surgery? What happens to the registration? I think that these are the possible issues and legal controversies that we may face. The SAR is a city where the East meets the West. I think that general members of the public respect the sexual orientation of everyone. Same-sex partners are treated fairly in Hong Kong. As a member of the Bills Committee, during deliberations of the bill, I received many feedback from the community and many different organizations. Some say that if we recognize same-sex partnerships, this shows our diversity, and this highlights our difference from the mainland. However, our mainstream values is based on monogamous and heterosexual relationship. As a result, we must have regards to the views of the greater general public when we formulate this bill and implement the alternative framework. I understand that with the registration regime, a new wave of litigation may ensue. In 2023, when the 5 judges delivered the judgment, they have different views. As a result, the case was won by Samjikit, partly. But all judges say that the constitutional freedom of marriage guaranteed and protected is confined to opposite-sex marriage only. In order to prevent further litigation and controversy, I think that there is no consensus in the community for the establishment of an alternative regime. So I oppose to the registration of same-sex partnerships bill as well submit.
Dr. Junius Ho. President, when it comes to law, we need to be clear. I suggest members listen to Ms. Carmen Can's speech. Now, this case, FACV 14/2022, Ms. Carmen Can just very nicely summarized it. She was spot on. She quoted the renowned, prestigious retired judge Henry Lytton's speech. He's a great judge. Even in his retirement, his thought process is even more acute than those incumbent judges. Now, the core is that we have to be on the correct side of things. In this case, the correct side, the correct path, lies in monogamous heterosexual marriage. But there are some who go astray. We show regret and compassion to them. We want to steer them back to the right path. But that's not how things work in the world. Instead of showing them compassion, we are going astray together with those who has gone astray. We have veered off from the right path. So instead of giving you a legal lecture, I suggest you listen to Ms. Carmen Can's speech. Listen to what Judge Henry Litton said. He spoke from a pedestal of moral values and legal knowledge. A group of judges who talk about constitutional order, who do not understand the constitution of the country. Well, they don't know that Article 49 of the PRC's constitution said we need to uphold the correct values of marriage, family, children, and motherhood. None of them mentioned Article 49 of the constitution of the country. That is the cardinal principle we have to follow. No one mentioned it in court. So there's no point talking about other places' constitution. They mentioned the constitution of the EU. The appellant does not understand the constitution of the country. The judges did not as well. And now you're trying to feed this bill down our throat. But that's not how one country, two systems work. It's not forcing your system upon us. We need to figure out what the most important thing is. We doesn't need to spell out clearly that this constitution article applies to Hong Kong. Our own constitution was born out of it. So spare us the debate. Let's look at the article. We have to protect marriage. According to the country's constitution, it's between one man and one woman. Now, on the 12th of February, just after the Chinese New Year, I moved a motion on safeguarding the marriage system, safeguarding the monogamous and heterosexual marriage system in Hong Kong. I thank some 60 members for supporting my motion. In fact, 69 of them. 29 are from the election committee, from the functional constituency and geographical constituency, 40. Let's give credit to them. Abstention, 10. Within this council, we need to find common ground. That's the correct way to go. We represent different constituencies. But ultimately, I applaud Mr. Ambrose Lam. We have to stand with the majority. We are friends of the people. We are not enemies of the people. After passing this bill, the impact will be great. It will cause a tsunami, not just for Hong Kong. If this is passed in Hong Kong, there will be no end. The demand raised by those people will be no end. Well, you accept same-sex partnership or marriage or union registered in Alaska or New Zealand. Why don't we follow suit? By then, the next step will be legalizing same-sex marriage in Hong Kong. Now, I would think for you, in Germany, in the UK, in the USA, those 30 jurisdictions which recognize same-sex marriage, have you heard the opposition voices in those countries, the public opinions? They're educating LGBTQ values in their educational system. A kindergartner who has not been weaned off are being taught sex changes. This is too much. At home, there are only mothers, but no fathers. In some cases, only fathers and no mothers. So, what should we do when it comes to Father's Day or Mother's Day? Gender issues, dressing like the opposite sex. There are lots of issues ahead. We have enough on our plate. Why should we steer away from moral values and cause troubles to ourselves? For the sake of a small group of people, why are we causing so much troubles for society? Should the government be the gatekeeper? The government should say no. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Stick to what is right and condemn what is wrong. In Western countries, you don't have freedom of speech because by criticizing these minority people, you would be breaking the law. They are not free at all. Secretary, I implore you, turn back, return to the right path. The bill should not be introduced in the first place. You are starting something very bad. There are so many other ways to meet same-sex partners' social needs. There are lots of social contracts. Simply write a will. That will solve everything. There are feasible paths to handle this. Why do we pick this pathway? So I hope every member in the council would vote down the bill. As the way forward, this CFA decision on the TMHK case is still haunting us. Yesterday, there was a new case. On the birth certificate, how many mothers should there be? 2? The mother should only be the one who gives birth to the baby. It's not worth discussing. I hope the Secretary would be brave and introduce a bill to supersede the decision from FACV 40/2022. Mr. Rincon. President, I'm pleased to see that the Legislative Council is discussing this registration of same-sex partnerships bill. No matter what the outcome is, the debate itself highlights Hong Kong's liberal approach to this controversial matter. This is a progressive step. Today, I will vote in abstention of this bill. I made this decision not because I want to dodge the debate. It is because of my responsibility as a council member. Now, to summarize my views, Hong Kong as an inclusive city is the most suitable platform for debating such a controversial issue. However, the way we debate it must show that we can embrace differences. We must be mature. We shouldn't let anyone brand us as illiberal. Now, first of all, the CFA has given us a very good starting point of discussion. Now, in the judgment, the CFA mentioned recognition of same-sex partnership overseas. That's paragraphs 18, 121 and 123, 179 and 176. Now, the CFA has drawn a distinction between same-sex partnership and same-sex marriage in terms of public policy and international ordinances. The judgment emphasizes that the recognition system does not mean that we are changing the definition of marriage. It will not trigger mutual recognition of same-sex marriage between Hong Kong and other places. The recognition system just gives more assurances to same-sex partners in terms of medical health care issues and after-death issues. Now, since the court has defined the remits of the debate, our mission is to debate whether we should do this and how to do this. We shouldn't escalate the issue to a war of moral values. Now, through professional and sensible debate, we need to steer the focus back to the scope. Second, public administration relies on scientific data. Now, according to the government, 10,785 public submissions were received. Among them, there were 2,000 in support. But there are also 7,000 public submissions with the same kind of format, and there were 8,000 public submissions against. The ratio was 13% and 89%. Now, if you look into those supporting views, there are some organizations which say that they support the idea of same-sex partnership rather than marriage. According to the CNSD, the ratio of Hong Kong people who do not get married has been on the rise, and there are more and more same-sex partners cohabitating. Data tells us traditional marriage is not the only form of family now. However, the new form of family has not been accepted widely. Now, to govern based on scientific data, we need to be careful. Voting for or voting against the bill would turn the electrical into a battlefield, and it will reduce the room for consensus in the future. Without sufficient consensus, recklessly supporting or rejecting this bill does not reflect the progress of society. We need to reserve time for the consensus to emerge. Now, we should have some consensus at least. Now, we have thousands of flights landing in Hong Kong, and there are 9,600 foreign companies headquarters in Hong Kong. There are also some 2,400 local offices and some 6,000 regional headquarters. As an international city, international investors attach importance to the certainty of our system and also the low cost of resolving disputes. Now, in today's debate context, there's a certificate of recognition of same-sex partnership. Will it be recognized by the government or other bodies is more important than the name of the certificate. I don't support branding those who vote against this bill as those who discriminate, and I also don't support branding those who support this bill as leftists. I think the most important thing is to provide sufficient relief in a practical manner. This is a very sensitive matter, even in the Western world. In Hong Kong, we need to remember we are not a society which is afraid of debates or disputes. The important thing is we should not turn disputes into war of ideas. Now, my point is we have to reserve sensibility on whether the government and the legislature should comply with the CFA judgment. I think the three organs have different roles. Court renders judgments. The executive branch is responsible for action. For legislature, we are responsible for passing the law. As a lawyer, I would like to quote two books. The former judge of CFA, Mr. Harry Litton, wrote on page 20 of the book The Future of Hong Kong's Judiciary. He says that the three organs comprises the Hong Kong SAR governments. They are equally important pillars for Hong Kong's stability and peace. The judiciary is not higher than the two other pillars. Rather, the three pillars work together on an equal footing to serve the city. Now, Professor Chen Wen-Ngai from the HKU points out that the characteristic of the common law system is that it gives importance to individual rights in cases, and also the freedom, the property, and also the certainty. These are the most valuable things. Now, we cannot ask individuals to forego their individual rights for the so-called greater good. Now, as depicted in a recent movie, that is, All Shall Be Well, diversity and diversified choices still exist in society. This is the actual situation. We must give due regard to this reality to show compassion. I so submit. I support continuous debate on this topic. I reject zero-sum debate and stigmatization. I will vote in abstention.
Mr. Ma Fong Kwok. President, the registration of same-sex partnerships bill is very controversial. The bill is about giving a legal status to same-sex couples. Will it affect the growth of adolescents? If members are not going to support this bill, does it mean that we aren't supporting the administration to exercise governance? Does it mean that we don't recognize or don't respect the judgment of the Court of Final Appeal? Well, I don't agree with the latter. Our edge is that we are an internationally recognized independent jurisdiction in the world. This actually shows that we aren't a rubber stamp. In fact, before all policies are passed in the Council, many legislators provided their views, have discussions with the administration. If need be, we will propose amendments before these are passed in the Council. This process won't be publicized. There won't be a lot of promotion. That's why a lot of legislators are misunderstood as rubber stamps in an echo chamber. I'm against the bill. There are four main reasons. One, this is at odds with the existing marriage system, which has been implemented for long. Two, this is at odds with the existing values in Hong Kong. Third, it is not in line with the existing values in Hong Kong or the nature. Four, Well, in 1970, in July, residents in Hong Kong can get married only in accordance with the marriage ordinance. It is confined to marriages between a man and a woman, that is, heterosexual marriages. For those supporting the bill, it is simply registration of same-sex partnerships. It is not the recognition of same-sex marriages. Those opposing the bill just are unwilling to accept the truth. People who are going to register for this need to already enter into marriage outside Hong Kong. Well, in fact, same-sex couples enjoy the same status as heterosexual couples. Some supporters may request amending the existing marriage ordinance. There's a knock-on effect we cannot afford to ignore. In the Han Dynasty, we already have a Chinese expression about this. That is a Chinese idiom. In ancient China, there were concubines. But then the children don't have the right to inherit from the parents. We already have different beliefs, including sort of belief against racial discrimination, sexual discrimination, and so on. Do we need to advocate the system of concubines? We need to take into account overall interests. Leaving religious belief aside, we understand that marriages are between a man and a woman. It's about having offspring, having children. It's about educating our future generations. Society is attaching more importance to these aspects. We attach a lot of importance to the nutrients for babies before they are born. There's growing acceptance for homosexual relationships in society. However, many countries or jurisdictions still don't recognize same-sex marriages. Actually, apart from religious factors, the education of future generations is another important factor. A social welfare worker told me that, there are many same-sex friends in secondary schools. They take care of each other. After they have grown up, they will pursue heterosexual relationships in the end. Well, this is tantamount to sending the message of moving towards homosexuality, and that is not ideal.
Now, the bill is put forward for the Hong Kong SAR government to fulfill its positive obligations under Article 14 of the Hong Kong Bills of Rights following the CFA's judgment in Sham-Ji Kit's case, so as to ensure effective compliance and give recognition as an alternative framework. And according to Article 14 of the Bills of Rights Ordinance, any person's privacy rights should be free from intervention or interference. That means everyone deserves the law's protection. As our society matures, our views on same-sex marriage, their lifestyle, have shifted such that there is little interference to speak of. We also have a number of pieces of legislation to provide adequate protection, such as a personal data privacy ordinance. Now, Mr. President, as the classic Chinese saying goes, one can never be satisfied with everything. All we can do is to be content and be guilt-free for what we've done. Similarly, when enacting legislation, it is impossible to meet the aspirations of just everybody in society. We must, however, make sure that the legislation is in line with the overall development needs of our society. Hong Kong is a place that respects human rights, is a free and democratic society. Of course, anything that goes against these and national security should be subject to legal sanction. If it's in compliance with our laws, albeit a controversial proposal such as this bill, the Betting Duty Amendment Bill, as well as Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, we can still work within the legislative framework and scrutinize this bill. This is exactly the merit of our society. I so submit I object to the bill. Mr. Kingsley Wong. President, I am a member of the Bills Committee of this bill. I speak on behalf of the FTU and I'm opposed to the bill. During the scrutiny period, over 10,000 submissions were received by the Secretariat. The result showed that over 80% of the respondents were against the bill. Hong Kong is a pluralistic, open, and inclusive society. We respect personal choices, we respect minorities, and we also respect persons of different sexual orientations. But more importantly, as a Chinese society, we need to safeguard the core values of our society, which is based, one of which is based on heterosexual marriage. This is the bedrock of our society, and this is also the mainstream view. Now, if the same-sex registration of same-sex partnerships bill is passed, it will deal a major blow on the marriage institution of one man, one woman. Imagine by establishing this registration system, the government is giving de facto recognition of same-sex partnership, and this will become an option for our next generation. They can opt for same-sex partnerships as well, and this will hamper the traditional Chinese value. As the government emphasizes, one key point of this bill is to give legal recognition of same-sex partnerships. This is not the same as recognizing same-sex marriage. However, one of the requirements is that the same-sex partners will be required to register their marriage elsewhere outside of Hong Kong in a form of marriage or civil partnership or civil union. So if this is the pretext, it is really confusing for the government to say that this does not mean that same-sex marriage is recognized. In 2023, the CFA, with a 2/3 majority, handed this judgment for the government to establish an alternative framework for the recognition of same-sex partnerships. That means we have two dissenting views from the CFA. This bill is akin to opening the back door for same-sex marriages, and Mr. Justice Lam even expressly opined that this will be akin to de facto same-sex marriage, and this is a concern because it leads to other issues such as adoption and eligibility for, say, low-income family allowance or CSSA. I fully understand that the SDR government should respect the rule of law and the CFA's judgment. On the other hand, the government must also deal with the major repercussions in society, and that middle-of-the-ground solution should be adopted. Still, this bill involves recognizing same-sex marriage. The Legislative Council is responsible for enacting legislation. We represent the people. We're not the rubber stamp. We need to reflect people's views. We carefully scrutinized this bill, and I understand that even the legal sector has strong views about this bill. we don't want to stir up more controversies. Now, for other matters relating to same-sex partnerships, such as medical-related issues, certain requirements can be relaxed so that directives can be drawn up to resolve these problems. However, it's not right to recognize same-sex marriage in such a manner. President, I so submit on behalf of the FTU. I oppose this bill. We cannot allow de facto recognition of same-sex marriage. We must safeguard the marriage institution of one man, one wife in Hong Kong.
Mr. Gary Chan. My colleagues, Mr. Holden Chow and Nixie Lam, clearly elaborated on the stance of the DAB on this bill, as well as same-sex relationship. Our stance has always been very clear. We respect different sexual orientations. We don't think that there should be any discriminations against people who are of a different sexual orientation. But using any measures that in effect recognize and encourage same-sex relationship will trigger fundamental changes in our society, which in turn affects resource allocation. That is something that the mainstream society finds it difficult to swallow. I understand that there are difficulties encountered by same-sex partnerships, say, for example, visiting and funeral arrangements, but then there can be flexible measures put in place to make that happen. I was the chairperson of the Columbarium Bill. We have used flexible measures to address similar issues. On different occasions, the Secretary said the bill does not equal to registration of same-sex marriage. But what we see is that the bill will give an impression, a perception that there is recognition of same-sex marriage, which will affect our marital values. The CFA has made certain declarations after the judgment. Then the government introduced this bill. We have received concerns from different sectors in relation to the bill. A large number of public comments have been received. Over 80% of them oppose to the bill. Less than 20% of the respondents support the bill. That reflects the mainstream view of the Hong Kong society. When we scrutinize the bill, we have manifested our role that there is separation of powers. I represent the people. I am a legislator. I have the duty to correctly reflect the views of the public to the administration. My view is the same as that of mainstream society and DAB. We oppose to the bill. But as a member of the EXCO, I'm a member of the governing team. I have the duty to support the decision of the executive, and I also abide by the collective responsibility principle. So I support the government's principle. I have obtained approval from my caucus that I don't have to follow the stance of the party in the voting, so I will vote for this bill. I speak in support of the bill. Mr. Louis Long. President, the rule of law is a cornerstone that contributes to the success of our Hong Kong. It is also an important factor of our competitiveness. This brand of Hong Kong rule of law boosts investors' confidence and attracts capital and talents. That's why we have to respect the ruling of the court and work in accordance with the rule of law. The CFA has passed judgment in 2023. The Hong Kong SAR has the duty to, within the suspension period, that is before the 17th of December 2025, to establish an alternative framework to recognize same-sex partnerships to meet the requirements of Bill RO 14. That's why we have this bill. In a very short time, the Bills Committee received over 10,000 submissions. Over 80% of the respondents opposed to the bill. I'm not a member of the committee, but in the past few months, I have received a lot of expressions of views from members of the public. It shows that there is a lack of public consultation before the introduction of the bill, so there is no public mandate. Neither is there consensus. On a number of occasions, the administration said that the registration only works for same-sex partnerships that's been recognized by the law. It's not a recognition of same-sex marriage. Under the basic law, only a marriage that is monogamous and heterosexual is recognized. The SAR government will vigorously uphold this system. No laws or no systems will deviate from this principle. That's why the bill has avoided the use of same-sex marriage. However, the registration system includes a precondition. That is, that the parties will have a same-sex relationship that is recognized overseas. In essence, this means Hong Kong recognizes the legal status of same-sex marriage. So the bill and the system is the same as a recognition of same-sex marriage, which runs counter to the only marriage system under the basic law, that is one that is monogamous and heterosexual. And this runs counter to our principle. That's why the bill fails to get support from different quarters. The CFA has quashed questions 1 and 3 of the case. Question 1 covers the issue whether overseas same-sex marriage will be recognized. Since this appeal has been quashed by the CFA, the government only has to establish a legal framework under question 2 to fulfill the positive obligation. The government uses a condition which is same-sex marriage recognized overseas has gone beyond the requirements of the judgment. I at the same time notice that there are same-sex people who are in a same-sex relationship that have not had their partnership recognized opposed to the bill because it costs money to have your partnership recognized. That means the government's proposal fails to win support from any quarters. I do recognize that the government's working for the benefit of a minority group. There are proposals such as directives and arrangements in place of the recognition. The recognition mentioned by the CFA judgment is that there should be a recognition of same-sex partnership in relation to their rights. The government doesn't have to get involved. Traditional marital system has been challenged because of change of times. People that get married late. There is an increasing divorce rate. There are a lot of celibate people. There are also people who live together but do not get married. There are people living together. They may be brothers and sisters or grandparents and grandchild. The framework doesn't necessarily have to be confined to same-sex partnerships. They should think out of the box. Perhaps a registration system of relationship that is not one of marriage. Under this system, people who are in a very close relationship but not in a marriage can have their relationship recognized. Say, for example, swan parents and children, godparents, neighbors who have spent decades living next to one another. By registration, people who are not in a marriage can enjoy attendant rights and obligations. There is no need to set up a dedicated system for same-sex partnership because, in effect, it recognizes same-sex marriage registered overseas. This is highly controversial. The government lacks vision. They have failed their duty to uphold the monogamous and heterosexual marriage system enshrined in the Basic Law. They have not conducted extensive discussion and consultation within that suspension period. They only made a move 3 months before the expiry of the period. They came to the Constitutional and Mainland Affairs panel to introduce the proposal before they introduced the bill. There is no merit in that approach. I urge the administration to start studies and consultation afresh before coming up with a proposal that is widely acceptable in line with the order of the court, upholds our traditional marriage system, and at the same time taking care of the needs of the minority group. The current bill does not meet these criteria. I cannot support the bill. I so submit.
Dr. So Chun-Wing. President, we are here today to vote on the registration of same-sex partnerships bill, and this stems from the 2023 ruling of the Court of Final Appeal. The court ruled that the government has the obligation to establish an alternative framework for same-sex partnerships to confer rights upon same-sex partnerships and partners. The government proposes a registration system. Since the inception of the discussion on this bill, because this bill impacts the marital ethics as well as the overall interests of our society, this bill has drawn wide attention of the community. I'm a member of the Bills Committee and I took part in the scrutiny work of the bill. I am aware of how complicated the issues are that arise from this bill. I do not support this bill. We have to uphold the traditional values of our society, and we have to abide by appropriateness. We have to uphold and respect the mainstream views of our society. First, we must respect our system. The marriage ordinance, as well as Article 37 of the Basic Law, affirms the one man, one woman, one husband, one wife marriage system. Any quasi-marriage system must be scrutinized
according to our constitution, we have to uphold the constitutional definition of marriage in Hong Kong. The government has stressed time and again that this bill will not impact our marital system. This looks like a registration system, but in fact, it implies a recognition of same-sex partnerships. This will blur our marriage system. Same-sex partnerships under this proposed alternative framework will be recognized, and that means we are recognizing the legal status of same-sex partnerships. Same-sex partners under this framework will be able to enjoy the rights that lawful couples and partners are entitled to, and this will definitely impact the core values of our family and marital system. Under this framework, same-sex partners can get registration overseas, and this encourages same-sex partners to circumvent the local marital system to get registered overseas. These same-sex partners can then get registration in Hong Kong, and this is equivalent to recognizing the legal status of same-sex partnerships. How will parents be able to educate their next generation? How will they be able to uphold the core family values under this system? What matters is that this government bill has to ensure fairness and justice, as well as equality. During the deliberation of the Bills Committee received submissions from the public. We got a total of 10,700 some submissions. 87% of them opposed to this bill, and only 19.3% support this bill. This clearly shows that our community objects to this bill, and this is the mainstream consensus. Without a strong supportive framework, it is not a wise idea to rush through this bill. We have to seek the greatest common denominator and reach a wide consensus. We have to defend the rule of law in Hong Kong, as well as respect the diverse views and interests. This registration system is not the only way to protect the interests and rights of same-sex partners. We can do this through administrative measures. Objecting to same-sex partnership registration does not run counter to the professionalism as well as the rule of law in Hong Kong. The Court of Final Appeal only asks the government to come up with an alternative framework for same-sex partnerships. For example, rights including visiting their partners in hospitals and dealing with after-death arrangements will be conferred upon same-sex partners under this framework. This shows that there is not a necessity to enact legislation for recognizing same-sex partnerships. There are various arrangements in Hong Kong through which same-sex partners can authorize their partners to deal with their post-death arrangement, as well as to deal with their asset and estate. The government only needs to optimize the existing arrangement. It only needs to revise some of the legislations together with, for example, the Hospital Authority and the FEHD. Through this, we can also provide convenience to same-sex partnerships and achieve the same goal. This can avoid subverting the mainstream values and concept, and at the same time we can satisfy the requirement of establishing an alternative framework as instructed by the Court of Final Appeal. Traditional marriage is the cornerstone of our society, and this is also an important norm. In Hong Kong, we allow for same-sex partnerships, but in general, people oppose to same-sex marriages. Enacting legislation can be an act of declaring values as well as educating the public. If we lack a broad consensus, it may be counterproductive to enact legislation at this stage. Some organizations and groups clearly indicate that they will not be satisfied with just the registration system. They will fight for same-sex marriages. Some say that having this registration system is like opening the door for same-sex partners to have their same-sex partnership status legalized. We cannot please everyone in Hong Kong, so without a broad consensus, we should not send the wrong message to the community. Otherwise, it may trigger litigations concerning the definition of marriage, and this may impact the harmony and stability of our society. I so submit. Thank you. Mr. Peter Shiu. Thank you, President. This bill stems from the ruling of the Court of Final Appeal from September 2023, and the court made the decision of 3-2 to declare that in Jimmy Sham's case, the government is not fulfilling its obligation under Article 14 of the Hong Kong Bill of Rights, and that the government has the duty to fulfill the positive obligation to establish an alternative framework. Some say that we may not necessarily have to follow the instruction given by the Court of Final Appeal. Would that be against the Constitution if we do not fulfill the obligation? I asked this question at the Bills Committee. The reason why we have this bill is because the government lost the case in Jimmy Sham's case. Of course, the government has the obligation to fulfill its duty. According to the Basic Law, however, we LegCo members have to monitor the government. And the executive authorities, the judiciary and the legislature have to perform their own duties and functions, and they have to ensure check balances. We have to represent our voters as well as the citizens to express their views. At the Bills Committee, we got many public views. We got about 10,000 written submissions, and over 80% of them opposed to this government bill. The Liberal Party echoes the views of the public. We think that without this bill, we won't face a constitutional crisis. We're not a rubber stamp. I believe if we have to follow the instruction of the CFA, we won't have to have a discussion here because we simply have to just follow the instruction. The mainstream value in Hong Kong is that we abide by the one wife, one husband, one man, one woman marriage system. And this is in line with Article 37 of the Basic Law, and this is protected by Article 19 of the Hong Kong Bill of Rights. According to the Basic Law, Hong Kong residents do not have the legal rights to get married with their same-sex partners outside Hong Kong. The 5 judges in Mr. Jimmy Sham's case confirm this, and we welcome their view. According to Article 14 of the Hong Kong Bill of Rights, do we have the positive obligation to establish an alternative framework to protect the rights of same-sex partners? Well, the court judges have different views. 2 CFA judges as well as 3 judges from the Court of Appeal think that this does not run counter to Article 14 of the Bill of Rights. Only 3 judges ruled that Hong Kong lacks an alternative framework. And this is against Article 14 of the Bill of Rights that protect the rights of same-sex partners. The core is whether Article 28 of the EUHR as well as Article 14 of the Bill of Rights protect the rights of same-sex partners. While these 2 articles do not adopt the same wording, the content of these 2 articles point to the same direction. The European Human Rights Court believed that the Hong Kong Bill of Rights is protecting the rights of same-sex partners. However, the ruling of the European Court holds different views. This is because the political and social developments are different from that of Hong Kong. And their ruling was that Article 14 does not imply that we have the positive obligation to establish an alternative framework. The Hong Kong Bill of Rights stem from the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, as well as Article 39 of the Basic Law. But the EUHR is not part of our constitution. Its ruling only has reference value. It is not legally binding. Because of the above reasons, the Liberal Party does not agree to the ruling of the CFA. As mentioned, the CFA holds its view. The SAR government as well as we LegCo members have our own views. We have 7 million people in Hong Kong, and they are very important as well. In general, they do not agree to this bill. As mentioned, 80% of the written submissions we got opposed to this bill. I am a member of the Bills Committee. At the Bills Committee meeting, I mentioned this. We, under this framework, are allowing same-sex partners who've got the registration overseas to have the same registration in Hong Kong. Those who reside in Hong Kong, they may get registered as well from overseas authorities. For example, they can do so by remote means. They do not even need to travel overseas to have their partnerships registered. It is as if the entire process is taking place in Hong Kong. And this gives people the impression that same-sex marriages are viable in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is an international metropolis. We have to respect and take care of the diverse views. This is what we've been doing, and we will continue to do so in future. However, in Hong Kong, we stick to the one man, one woman marriage system. I hope people overseas would respect this. Under our law, we respect people of different sexual orientations, but doesn't mean that we have to encourage same-sex marriages or partnerships. If we give support to same-sex partnerships for children or those who are not mentally mature yet, they will have a huge impact. And there will also be a huge impact on our traditional value and traditional system. So I oppose to this bill.
Dr. Hui Simon Lee. Thank you, President. Today, this Council is debating on the registration of same-sex partnerships bill. This bill stems from a court judgment. We practice common law in Hong Kong. One feature of the common law is that we make reference to case authorities in other common law jurisdictions. This is particularly important in fostering global exchange. It provides a common platform for exchange among people of different cultural backgrounds. At the same time, we must also have regard to the fact that people coming from different walks of lives, different cultural backgrounds, different social customs and values may see things differently. And this is what diversity means. So whilst we practice common law in Hong Kong that provides opportunities for exchange, when it comes to issues concerning local traditions, customs, and values, the court must be extra cautious in citing case authorities in other jurisdictions. They cannot be copied to our local circumstances, because otherwise there may be an impact on local traditions and customs or even local culture. There may be tension in society. Now, for the case I mentioned, a large number of European case authorities are cited. And this shows why there is a gap with public expectation, as over 80% of written submissions received are opposed to this bill. According to the government's explanation, the crux of this bill relates to the rights and obligations in the marriage system. Now, the basic law provides that Hong Kong practices a marriage system that is based on one man and one woman. I already explained my point when I spoke at the meetings of the Bills Committee. Of course, with developments, the court may have new interpretation on different matters. But we're talking about a major reshaping of social culture. This is not the purview of the court. This is rather the legislature that should be responsible for that. The court interprets the basic law, and then the administration follows the court's direction in order to show respect for the rule of law. As for the role of the Legislative Council, we consider legislative proposals. We can either support or veto these proposals in fulfilling the obligations, having regard to social circumstances, the culture, and values. Now, if a bill is passed in this council, it means that the executive branch has submitted a bill that is in line with the court's direction and a bill that meets social expectation. Otherwise, this bill may be vetoed because this proposal does not meet the court's requirement or the bill does not meet social expectations. There is an expectation shortfall. And this is exactly how the legislature and the executive branch as well as the judiciary should interact. They have their own obligations to fulfill. And this is also one very good example of positive interactions between the three branches. I so submit. Mr. Tommy Zhang. President, Mr. Peter Shiu just now explained with great clarity the position of the Liberal Party, especially why we are opposed to the government's bill, and that is the registration of same-sex partnerships bill. I'm not going to repeat our stance. Now, it is common knowledge that the object of this bill is not to legalize same-sex marriage, but rather to fulfill the directions given by the Court of Final Appeal, and that is to establish an alternative framework for legal recognition of same-sex partnerships. This alternative framework does not mean we give recognition to same-sex marriage. And the Court of Final Appeal has clearly provided that the decision on establishing this alternative framework for legal recognition of same-sex partnerships is to be made by the Legislative Council. I also emphasize once again, as Mr. Peter Shield said, the government is not a rubber stamp. The Legislative Council must fulfill its duty as provided in the basic law in scrutinizing the government bills. The Council has the right to veto the bill. Members are not bound by a collective decision. That means members can vote on the bill based on their own understanding and their sector's views. The government should not call members who vote down this bill disrespectful to the rule of law or disrespectful to the court. Now, as a member of the Executive Council, I'm bound by the collective decision, so I'm going to support this bill. However, we have 3 other members of my party, and they will vote in line with the position of the Liberal Party. This is also based on the views of the public. I so submit.
Mr. Porter. Some members said that this debate is one of the most controversial of the Council of this term. Perhaps I will be bold enough to say that the views expressed is the most diversified as well. Normally is always along the same line, the views. I do not support same-sex marriage. I have some reservations in relation to the registration system because there are inconsistencies in logic and the fact that it is not the right time for society. Basic Law, Article 37, and our marriage ordinance do not allow same-sex marriage. And this idea runs counter to our mainstream values. Legislation is always the last resort. It always comes late. Perhaps when publicity and education fails, there will be strong administrative measures. And then sometime later, after some court cases decided by the court whether something is constitutional or not, then we have legislation. If we are to start with a clean slate, I'd rather nothing is done. Perhaps after the end of this legislative term, the next term will be different. Anyway, the Secretary wanted to overcome the difficulties. I don't know. But what we have here is not a clean slate. We can't start from afresh. What do? I'm not going to go into details of the court case. I just want to say a few points. It's very clear that without legislation, we cannot meet the requirements of the court. Yes, I agree that there may be administrative measures, say, for example, enduring powers of attorney, measures under the Hospital Authority, Home Affairs Department, the funeral matters, they can be handled by administrative measures. But what about legislation and the court's requirement? Some people talk about the rule of law. Well, Whether you say that it's rubber stamp or a subservient, you don't fully understand what is the spirit of rule of law. You either do it or not. People can tell whether you're just paying lip service. That's clearly seen by the general public, by the legal sector. Whether people genuinely respect the rule of law, a brand of Hong Kong. It's not just about following the norm of society. Legislate only when there is overwhelming support and ignore it when there is none. That is not the rule of law. What is rule of law is that you need to protect the rights of minority, and the cardinal rule is to respect the rules of the game. Otherwise, rule of law is just lip service. What's thorny is that whatever the decisions of the judges, whatever the issue is, whatever the convention of the UN human rights is, what boils down to be the most important matter is that we have a positive obligation as declared by the court. Society doesn't like torture claims. We spend a lot of money on it, but the CFA says that we have to deal with these cases. That's why we have to deal with it. Turning to other places, abortion rights. 1973, there was a court case in the US. So states could not legislate to stop abortion. But a few years ago, it's completely changed. 13 states legislate to prohibit abortion to different extents. That's the rule of law. When it comes to certain values, it's the court, the highest level of court, that makes the decision. That is the fact. What they say goes, whether it is constitutional, whether it's against human rights. But there may be different practices in different places. In these different places, there will be legislation to right the wrong, but it's difficult in Hong Kong. We cannot legislate something that runs counter to the articles in the basic law. But a genuine respect of the rule of law is to respect the rule of law no matter how reluctant you are, how opposed you are. A former Justice, Lytton, said that, well, when it comes to a declaration, does it only apply to the parties? I may not agree. But when it comes to declaration, as far as I understand it, is that it's binding on the relevant parties. But members, legislators, the government will respect the declaration under the rule of law. The lower levels of courts, these declarations are binding. So I don't agree that the declaration applies only to the parties, if you say you respect the rule of law. Yes, there may be other alternatives. There are some points raised by members. I think that it's very difficult. Some people talk about opening a floodgate, bringing more problems. Yes, there are concerns. In the UK, between 2004 and 2014, there was a civil union, civil partnership, and then there was legislation. There are merits and demerits of legislation. There are concerns, but we cross the bridge when we come to it. I think the government will tread very carefully, no matter what the result of the vote is. We all realize that this is a controversial matter. Next time, the government will handle the wordings very carefully. I said that for some matters, it's for the highest level to make the decision, but there are judicial restraints exercised. We can see it in this case. It says that it is unconstitutional, but 2 years has been given for us to handle it. That's an exercise of judicial restraint. I do think that it is highly likely that there will be further requests after the so-called floodgate is open. Well, people talked about polygamy, talking about people who are living together. Yes, you may raise these points, but please be pragmatic. This is the minimum, given the dilemma. If we respect the rule of law, we need to do something that respect the rule of law and help society, help the government to overcome this issue. We are not being subservient. We are not a rubber stamp for the courts. We are legislators. We value our brand, our reputation, something that needs our protection. That is the rule of law. The rule of law protects everyone. We need to support it. You can't abstain. You can't refuse to do it because of opposition. If you respect the rule of law, you need to stand firm and vote to support the bill. This is Regina Ip. Thank you, President. I'll speak wearing different hats. First, an EXCO member. I am the convener. We have the duty to abide by two principles: collective accountability and confidentiality. When I took the office of convener, I was reminded by the chief executive, I've also signed some papers, that we don't just have to support the government, and we don't just have to abide by the principle of confidentiality. We also have to speak in support of the government. I'm glad to see that Mr. Martin Liu, Mr. Tommy Zheng, as well as Mr. Gary Chan have spoken in support of the bill. Another hat of mine is that I'm a veteran legislator. I have read the judgment in great details. As a number of members have said, the appellant, Mr. Shamji Kit, raised 3 questions. First, constitutionally, there is the right to be in a same-sex marriage. 2, the marriage registered overseas should be recognized. 9 of the judges in the CFA opposed to these matters. They have very clearly stated that same-sex marriage contravenes the legislative intent of Article 37 of the Basic Law. The BORO talked about marriage. The marriage refers to a heterosexual marriage. I have some homosexual friends. I've attended an evening of marriage equality, but I've never said that I would fight to get recognition of same-sex marriage, because I know very well that it is not in line with the Basic Law. My friends do not pressure me. I respect the sexual orientation of my friends. The CFA, on question 2, said that under BORO 14 and Article 25, as well as the BORO 22, the parties should enjoy the rights enshrined. That means that there should be legal protection of their private lives, so that the lifestyle they've chosen will be protected and not subject to unlawful interference. That's why I agree that the proposal only meets the minimum requirements. Well, there are 28 provisions. There is nothing about their rights. The rights are stated in the subsidiary legislations. They are limited in nature in relation to handling medical and funeral matters. So it is reasonable. It addresses the minimum requirements and the requests asked by the appellant. As a member of the legislator and the head of the New People Party, I require my party members to support the bill. I know that there won't be enough votes to pass the bill. There may be many colleagues who oppose to the bill, but there should be some who will firmly vote for it. Well, I say that, well, you will need to come down, Mr. Deputy, to come back to cast your vote. This is to show that we are a pluralistic society. I think that the controversy of this bill is only second to the national security legislation. I have received invitations for interviews from foreign media. I turned them down. I know that this bill is not just about legal matters, but values as well. My party member, Mr. Adrian Ho, had told me that they have received advice from parents. Legislators face pressure. I don't want this to be a cultural war like what was happening in the US. That's why I have not done any media interviews. On behalf of the New People's Party, I have made a written submission to the Bills Committee. The bill has attracted attention from the international media. People look at us to see if our legislature is pluralistic. Do we indeed reflect different views? Do we speak for different sectors? How much importance we attach to the issue of human rights, a topic that is close to the heart of Europe. We have a lot of friends who are homosexual. Many of them are outstanding in their different areas. They support this bill. At the same time, I have received strong oppositions. Some say that supporting the bill means that it's a recognition of same-sex marriage, but that is not right because all 9 judges said that they do not recognize same-sex marriage. Some people say that it will disrupt social values and have a negative impact on youngsters. But youngsters choose not to get married, not to have children, or married late, or have children without getting married because we have that new human reproductive technology. Well, there was this case that, it's a homosexual same-sex marriage, a same-sex relationship, and they have a child and they want both to be parents. Of course, some people would like to have children and have grandchildren. But societal development will not be affected simply because of this bill. People have their own considerations when they decide whether to get married or have children. You don't have to worry about that. I think in the council, we need at least one party to defend this bill. People talked about traditional Chinese values. Well, I talked about homosexual, I talked about heterosexual and a monogamous marriage. But up to 1971, it was not monogamous. There were also marriages recognized because they have followed the traditions. Section 40 of Marriage Ordinance says that it is a Christian marriage. The marriage in Hong Kong is a Christian marriage, or the civil equivalent of a Christian marriage. We respect that. A lot of marriages are a lot of marriage ceremonies follow that of a Christian one. Mine too. Well, apart from traditional values, we also have our philosophy. We have the concepts of yin and yang. They are of opposing ends, and they also counter one another. The symbols is that is one that is got black and white together. We have to make sure that we are the dot of a different color in the symbol. I so speak.
Professor Priscilla Leung, President, I speak in opposition of the registration of same-sex partnerships bill. Some LegCo members may vote against this bill, and this bill may not be passed today. Nevertheless, we LegCo members are exercising our constitutional obligation, and this is in line with the constitutional order under the one country, two systems principle. The legislature, the judiciary, and executive authorities perform their own respective duties and functions, regardless of whether this bill will be voted against or not. We are enshrining the spirit of the rule of law, and the entire procedure is in line with the rule of law spirit, as well as the spirit under the Constitution, as well as the basic law and the common law system. And this is the rules of the game under one country, two systems. I have my sympathy for the government because we had this discussion in 2014, and we have this discussion again today, and the government is forced to face this dilemma. So I do not blame the government, and we saw how the government dealt with it in 2014, and the decision was voted against by a large number. Regardless of the results, I believe the government has already done its best in trying to fulfill the positive obligation as stated in the ruling of the Court of Final Appeal in Jimmy Sham's case. Under the constitutional order of one country, two systems, we have to abide by the executive-led approach. And this is hard-earned, and we only waited until the current term government to show the perks of this system. Article 74 of the Basic Law states that the government has the right to make a decision on public affairs and policy. We all know that this time the government does not have the dominant power or the say. The government, including the chief executive and the relevant government officials, are in a passive role. After the judgment is handed down by the Court of Final Appeal, the government had to follow the instruction in the judgment. This registration system has to do with same-sex partnerships. I do not agree with the name of the bill, so I did not join the Bills Committee. To confer rights upon same-sex partners, there's room for discussion. indeed. However, when it comes to having a registration system, if you look at the development of our marital system, what matters is indeed the registration part. If you allow same-sex couple to register for their partnerships, that's a great change. In the entire process, the government is in a passive role, and you are exploiting the executive right of the government to make an initiative. When we teach the basic law, we say that the Constitution is at the highest position. Then we look at the basic law. After that, we look at the local legislations. Our Hong Kong Bill of Rights is a local piece of legislation, and the basic law is overrides local legislation. So if we look at our laws, the basic law definitely comes as the priority. Then how come we look at the Human Rights Convention? Article 39 of the basic law actually does not cover the EC human rights. I believe you've all looked at the provisions, but I want to point to Clause 65. We enjoy various rights. Clause 19, bracket 3, states specifically about national safety, public order, as well as ethics. Each country can make its own decision and choice. Article 18, Section 4 of the ICCPR states that each member state can be respected. They allow their parents, based on their own religious beliefs, opt for the appropriate education for their children. There are litigations in which people challenge the decision of school. In the UK, since a few years ago, there were some 40 secondary schools that do not allow girls to wear skirts for transgender persons, as well as people with different sexual orientations. They feel uncomfortable wearing skirts. We are talking about the majority here, however. We want to give our society a choice. The international world is concerned about this bill, and what I want to say is that we need to give our people a choice. Some people here have their own values. Many people actually support same-sex marriages, but they do not say it explicitly. Others actually support the judgment of the CFA. Regardless of whether you support the judgment or not, we have to give mutual respect to each other. This is why Hong Kong is a pluralistic society. Those who vote against this bill today aren't damaging the development of Hong Kong because we are abiding by the rules of the game under the one country, two systems. We are fulfilling the duty under Article 73 of the Basic Law. We are exercising our due diligence in scrutinizing this bill. You may have your own belief or your own ethical values, but we have to take into consideration the overall interests of our society. Marriage is definitely a personal choice, and this is exactly why Chief Justice Mr. Andrew Chen said this in the ruling. He said we should not rigidly impose the obligation on the government to recognize same-sex partnerships, and Mr. Lemon Hong even said that there isn't an in-depth study on recognizing same-sex partnerships yet, and it is hard for the public to make a judgment because this may confuse people. And the two judges already voiced their opinions. We legislators have to fulfill our own duties. As mentioned, the international covenant allows the contracting parties to make a choice based on their own ethical values. So this is totally in line with the international law. The basic law clearly states that Hong Kong abides by the one man, one woman, one husband, one wife marital system. And it states that the Legislative Council has the constitutional duty to exercise its power. All Legislative Council members in the world has this power. How come we are criticized for exercising our power? The three major judges in the court case cited Article 14 of the Hong Kong Bill of Rights, and they said that no one shall be subjected to arbitrary or unlawful interference with his privacy. I hereby appeal to the public not to discriminate against people with a different sexual orientation. We should not criticize those who uphold the one husband, one wife marital system for discriminating against same-sex partners either. We've got a lot of letters. That is, the 80% of the people who oppose to this bill, they are afraid of being discriminated against either. This is a form of discrimination as well. We have to, based on the overall interest of society, make our own judgment. So I will vote against this bill. Dr. Lo Wai Kwok, Deputy President, we are here to scrutinize the registration of same-sex partnerships bill. This is a greatly controversial bill. We legislators must exercise caution and solemnly examine the implications brought by this bill. In 2023, the Court of Final Appeal made an order in the Sham Chi Kit case. It says that the government has to establish an alternative framework through legislation. There should be a registration regime allowing same-sex partners that have obtained registration outside Hong Kong to obtain registration in Hong Kong here. Whether they got the registration through civil union or not. The legislation is to confer rights upon same-sex partners so that they can deal with their partners' medical-related matters and so on. There are deep concerns in the community. The government stressed time and again that it will abide by Article 37 of the Basic Law to uphold the one man, one woman marital system as the only recognized marriage system in Hong Kong. However, the government is proposing an alternative framework that recognizes same-sex partnerships. At the Bills Committee, I already pointed out the strangeness of this bill. The government stressed repeatedly that recognizing same-sex partnerships is not equivalent to recognizing same-sex marriages. Well, I'm afraid that this is not very convincing to me. And it's hard for the government to justify its decision to members of the public who have concerns about this bill. This registration system imposes very lax conditions also. It states that it doesn't matter whether the registration obtained overseas are done through remote means or not. This means that anyone can, through online means, obtain registration from an overseas jurisdiction, and then they will be able to obtain registration in Hong Kong. This is opening the floodgate, and we can't be sure whether this will create a loophole for people with ulterior motives to manipulate this bill for commercial operation. However, I think this is equivalent to recognizing same-sex marriages. This is indeed a framework for quasi-marriage. People are worried that this will open the floodgate and recognize same-sex marriages. This will impact the long-standing one man, one woman marital system and our family values. This may also spark challenges to the marriage system that only recognize heterosexual couples. How can we, however, fulfill the obligation as stated by the Court of Final Appeal? It requires our wisdom. The CFA states that the government has the room for exercising discretion. We have to ensure effective protection of rights of same-sex partners. Can the government, by amending other legislations and introducing targeted administrative measures, allow same-sex partners to overcome challenges they face when they deal with their partners' medical-related matters and estates? For example, the government may allow same-sex partners to authorize their partners to deal with medical-related matters. This is a humanized approach, and this can also avoid giving legal status to same-sex partnerships, and we can avoid disruption to the traditional marriage and family system. It looks like, however, that the government has not explored these options. The Bills Committee consulted the public on this bill. We got over 10,000 submissions, and over 80% of them opposed to this bill. The rate was as high as 80.7%. We legislators are representatives of our people. We cannot disregard the voices of these 80% of submissions. We have to take into consideration people's concerns. We haven't yet seen the mainstream consensus on this topic. We have the majority of people opposing to this bill, and if we rush through this bill still, it will create social division. This bill sees inherent contradictions in its logic, and this will deal a huge blow to our family ethical values. There's not enough justification from the government side on why it cannot introduce administrative measures instead. And we have a lack of support on this bill. Most people in Hong Kong object to this bill, so we cannot pass this bill at this stage. I urge the government to take into consideration the actual circumstances of Hong Kong. We hope to be able to seek a wider consensus in dealing with this complicated matter. While this bill may not be passed by the Council today, our community should not overinterpret the voting result today. The executive authorities, the judiciary, and the legislature should respect each other and perform their own duties. The judiciary can exercise its independent judicial right, and executive authorities should respect the ruling of the court. This contentious matter is embraced by the government head-on, and within the suspension period, the government tried its best to take forward the legislative exercise. The legislature as well invited public for their views. It tries to adopt a pragmatic approach in scrutinizing this bill. Both the executive authorities and the legislature will respect the result of the vote today. The BPA will not vote in favor of this bill. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs to reply. Then the debate will come to a close. Secretary, please. Deputy President, first, I'd like to express my gratitude to Mr. Brave Chan, Chairman of the Bills Committee on Registration of Same-Sex Partnerships Bill, as well as all members of the committee, the Secretariat, and the legal advisor for their efforts in ensuring the smooth and efficient scrutiny of the bill. I also thank the Legislative Council, the various organizations, and those of the public for sharing their valuable views on the bill through different channels. The SAR government attaches great importance to these views. We will give due consideration when making the relevant arrangements. As the government repeatedly emphasizes, the purpose of introducing this bill is to fulfill the positive obligation of the government under Article 14 of the Hong Kong Bill of Rights as declared by the Court of Final Appeal in the case of Mr. Jimmy Sham. The bill seeks to establish an alternative framework through legislation for legal recognition of same-sex partnerships while providing for appropriate rights and obligations attendant on such recognition. Throughout the legislative process, the government has upheld the principles of respecting the rule of law and honoring the CFA's ruling. We diligently studied the judgment, explored how we could meet the court's requirements while fully considering Hong Kong's actual circumstances, traditional values, and social harmony and stability. We aim to strike a proper balance and seek the greatest common denominator in society. Our goal is to ensure that while the rights of same-sex partners are safeguarded, the legislation is acceptable to the broader public. In taking forward the legislative exercise, the government spared no effort in providing clear and detailed explanations and lobbying to the Legislative Council and the public. We made our best efforts in hopes that the bill will be passed by this council. This is a responsible act on the government's part in respecting the court's ruling. It is also a pragmatic approach in actively safeguarding the overall interests of society. In the Legislative Council, we are pleased to see that since the introduction of the bill, LegCo members have diligently fulfilled their duties by thoroughly scrutinizing the bill and voicing different views. LegCo members are representatives of public opinion. With these contentious issues and divergent views in the community, it is natural for LegCo members to hold different opinions. The key is that everyone understands that this is the final ruling of the CFA that draws wide attention of the public. Therefore, the scrutiny work and the deliberations were carried out with extra caution. Meanwhile, public views were gathered and listened to on a continuous basis, and they were reflected truthfully in this council. This demonstrates respect for the rule of law and court rulings. This also shows that under the existing structure, the executive authorities, the legislature, and the judiciary are performing their respective functions and duties, and that they respect each other. Together, they maintain stability and promote the harmonious development of Hong Kong. During the deliberation of the bill, LegCo members put forward many practical views and suggestions. Some members expressed concern that the passage of the bill might seriously undermine the traditional marriage system. The government has repeatedly and solemnly clarified that it will resolutely uphold the one husband, one wife, one man, one woman marital system. In Jimmy Sham's case, the judgment of the CFA explicitly confirmed that the constitutional freedom of marriage guaranteed and protected for Hong Kong residents under the Basic Law and the Bill of Rights is confined to heterosexual marriages and does not extend to same-sex marriages. This represents the core family values long upheld by Hong Kong and serves as an important cornerstone of social stability. The government maintains an unwavering stance on this matter, and the proposed same-sex partnership registration system in no way implies that same-sex partnerships have the same legal status as marriages in Hong Kong. Some expressed the view that the requirement for same-sex partners to have their partnerships registered overseas before they can register in Hong Kong causes inconvenience and unfairness. We have provided detailed explanations on this point on numerous occasions during the Bills Committee meetings. The primary reason for this requirement is that the government must confirm at the time of registration that the relationship is committed and stable. The proposed approach provides objective criteria and verification, making it more administratively feasible. For registrants, it reduces potential inconvenience during the verification process. Therefore, we consider this approach appropriate and unlikely to cause hardship to registrants. Some argue that the rights granted by the government to same-sex partners are insufficient and even violate the ruling of the CFA. We have repeatedly emphasized that the court requires us to fulfill a positive obligation to protect same-sex partners from interference in their private lives. Our current proposal establishes a legal recognition mechanism that protects same-sex partners so that their private lives will not be interfered. At the same time, we want to grant core rights to same-sex partners to meet their basic needs. This meets the court's requirements. Regarding the specific rights, the court has explicitly stated that the executive authorities and the legislature have the flexibility to exercise their own discretions. Our consideration is based on Hong Kong's actual circumstances and the overall interests of our city. So this is completely reasonable and lawful. As for other opinions raised by legislators and the other sectors during the Bills Committee stage, we have already responded to those views. I will not repeat them here. President, the government fully understands that legal recognition for same-sex partnerships is a highly contentious issue. However, given the final ruling of the CFA, the government has not shied away from its responsibilities and is determined to fulfill its positive obligations as mandated by the court. In formulating this proposal and drafting the bill, we have fully considered the actual circumstances and the relevant factors. We strive to strike an appropriate balance. On one hand, we seek to protect the legitimate rights and interests of same-sex partners. On the other hand, we are committed to maintaining social harmony, stability, and we strive to respect the traditional values. Members have already expressed their different views. I here ask members to support the second reading of this bill as well as the CSA that I'm going to move later. I so submit. Thank you.
Now put the question to you that the registration of same-sex partnerships bill be read the second time. Will those in Mrs. Regina Ip claims the division bell will be rung for 5 minutes.
開始表。
Voting begins. Please check your votes. If there is no question, the voting is closed. The result is displayed. 87 present, 14 for, 71 against, 1 abstention. The question is not agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion negative. As the registration of same-sex partnerships bill's second reading has been negatived according to Rules of Procedure 54(8). The rest of the procedure will be dispensed with. The meeting is suspended until 9 a.m. tomorrow.